it on my computer.
7:43.
It's 7:43 on August 3rd, 2020. Sarah, has this?
The meeting has been posted and noticed according to law.
According to law.
Yes, you are set.
Thank you. It appears that all trustees are present except.
I am here. I'm on the phone.
Online.
I got through on the phone. I cannot get through on the Zoom. Is anyone else having this problem?
Tammy is.
Sarah, can you email us the
and
correct information?
I'm using the link that was in Sarah's email from the 30th.
Yep, it should be 314848, Trustee Menta.
I know, I'm trying that password.
The instructions say to put a pound sign after that, but that does not work.
I got the pound sign and I got in without a pound sign.
Without the pound, we'll get you in.
Yeah.
Guys. Hey, Trustee, any questions? Edward, she could clerk Clarkman, please.
I just got a couple.
I resent the invite that I sent to everybody already. So try the link out of there, but it should work. They're the same.
Can all trustees please mute your microphone? So all trustees are present, is that correct? Trustee, do you want to do roll call? I know who's on the line. Sarah?
I believe as long as Tammy and David are on the line, everybody else is on the line.
I've also gotten several emails from people now that know that a lot of people can't get into this meeting because of the error.
Yeah.
So it seems to be a more, bigger issue.
Okay, so it's been public notice.
All right, give me 5 minutes, please.
Thank you.
Okay, so from what I can, the current link that's on the agenda on the website works with the password. So there's nothing to modify.
And Sarah, the
Okay,
password
so we are going to continue on the meeting.
314848.
Correct, 314848. So at first you're going to be asked to enter a passcode, which is 94752573663, followed by the pound sign. And then it
I'm
may
not
ask
asked
you
to
for an
do that.
additional password, 314848.
Okay, it just says for me, please enter the meeting password. It does not say anything about passcode.
The
Okay,
password is just for video online, and what Sarah just said was if you're calling in. So
I know, I understand that. I'm trying to use the video online. It's trustee
Right,
Bachmar, sorry.
Questions about.
I'm obviously on the phone. Sorry.
no, I get it. I was just telling you. I was just kind of more explaining to Sarah that you're trying to get on video and whatever. I'm just going to be quiet over here. Mute myself.
So everybody's okay?
I think we're good. There's not a whole lot I can do. You know, the link works. I can't change the link.
Maybe restart your
Okay.
computer or shut down your browser and restart your browser and try it
Please
one more
mute
time.
your microphone. This is Clerk Brockman will help anyone with questions on Zoom.
Pretty sure I can make a suggestion. Thank you very much, though, President Rozak.
Yeah, this is trustee Bachmar. I'm going to restart my computer again and see if it works. I don't know if it's cached or what, but I would recommend perhaps putting something, because there are other people who have texted me that they can't get in as well. So if you might want to put something on the webpage or whatever it is, but there are problems obviously that are happening.
We're going to move on.
It's
to the first agenda item.
7:51 right now on the agenda, and I would make a recommendation that the board proceed forward with the meeting, seeing as there is a quorum.
Notice we are on agenda item number 4, which is special order of business for A, consider application for Class B intoxicating liquor and Class B malt beverage license for Cornerstone LLC, 4512 North Oakland Avenue, Shorewood, Wisconsin, 53221. Is it the clerk?
Yes. So before you this evening, which does typically go to JP&L, but at the time that we received this application and sent it in for publication, standing committees were not meeting. So I referred it to the full board so that they could get open with their business in September, since we only do have one meeting in August. They are looking for a full Class B license for wine, beer, and liquor to locate themselves in this beef wine location with a similar type concept. So if there's any questions, they are on the phone, or I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. And I would like to give the opportunity just to hear from the applicant if they wanted to say a few words.
Sure. Emily or Luke, if you're on the phone, you're welcome to unmute yourself and present anything you'd like to present.
Hi, my name is Emily Laga, and yeah, we're just really excited to move into this space on Oakland. Like Sarah said, the space is going to be a very similar concept, a wine shop, wine bar, also serving beer, cocktails, and selling beer and cocktails.
I'd like to make a motion. So I move to approve the application for a Class B intoxicating liquor and Class B malt beverage license for Cornerstone Wine LLC, 452 North Oakland Avenue, Shorewood, Wisconsin, 53211, and direct the village clerk to issue the license upon approval of occupancy by the planning and development.
I'll second.
I second it. Second.
Trustee Parker.
Thank you. I just had one comment / question. I am excited that we have the opportunity to have a business move forward during this economic uncertainty. So I am excited for that. And I also just wanted to say thank you to the clerk for moving this forward, even without having, we had a very large agenda in JP&L tonight. So, you know, in the essence of being able to move that forward, we were able to work together to make sure that that got on the full board agenda. And I did just have one clarifying question for the business owner. In the previous businesses format, there was like a large selection of wines to shop from. Is that the intention, to have that be similar, a large selection of wines to sort of take and go, or is it more going to be a sit down type of environment?
Yeah, I would just also second that Sarah and Bart have been really great with the village to work with as we figured out this application process. Yes, we are going to be selling wine, beer, and spirits, and in a large selection from a very global perspective. And then there will also be a lounge tasting area as well.
Okay, thank you.
This is Trustee Ersink. 2 questions real quick. How about, what about Wisconsin wine? Will you carry any Wisconsin wines? Okay. President Rozak, you might want to get, you know, your internet is pretty bad right now, so it's hard to really understand what you're saying most of the time. I don't know if you can do anything about that, but.
Okay, so we're going to go over discussion format for tonight. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello?
Kathy, do you want to just jump in until that chief gets figured out?
Yeah, I had one question. Will there be any food at the business?
Can you hear me?
That's what I was,
There
but.
yes, there are going to be small plates and snacks, but we're still sort of working through that concept.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, is President Rozak on the line now or no? Yes?
I am. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Kathy. Our trustee Stokebrand. I just wanted to, right before we move forward, the discussion format for tonight. An agenda item, we will go and ask each village board member to speak once if they have anything to say or any questions. You can ask of staff. We'll go around one more time if needed. And if there's any remaining questions regarding the matter, ask if there will be a call. But I just wanted to remind the board that that's the process we've been using and that's the process we'll continue to use for tonight. And I hope if you have any questions about that, please let me know. Okay, so we do have a motion and a second. Is there any, I'm going to go, so we had Trustee Stokebrand has had her questions answered, Trustee Carpenter, Trustee Warren? No?
No, I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Menta. Trustee Backhorst. Trustee Backhorst. And Trustee Person.
She says no.
Okay. So we do have a motion. And a,
Can I ask a question? I think you cut me off during my question. So can I ask a question?
right?
Oh, fuck. Ugh. You're frozen again, President Rozak.
Is there an opportunity for maybe a different or better Wi-Fi connection, President Rozak?
Yes. Trustee Stokebrand, can you take over the meeting while I get on my phone?
Sure. I think if everyone is, I think we're ready to take a vote on the motion. Sarah, would you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Bachhorst. Thumbs up. Okay. Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Amenta. I do not see her. Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
President Rosick is off. It does pass 5-0.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. I will go on to special of order business 4B, resolution 2020. I believe Rebecca, or would you like to defer? I think I saw Mark on the call.
To go to Mark.
Mr. Manuelson, are you on the call? I thought I saw his name on the list.
Yeah, it was. I'm not seeing him now.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes, we can. And you have the floor, Mr. Emanuelson.
Thank you very much. We had a bond sale earlier today. It had 6 bidders, very favorable results. I did share the bond sale day report with everybody earlier this afternoon. 1.362% interest on our bonds. So that's save us about $250,000 from the preliminary estimates. So yeah, everything very pleased. So I would just, unless there's any other questions, I'd look for a motion to award the bonds to FHN Financial Capital Markets.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Do we have a motion then?
So moved. Trustee Bachhorst.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Sarah, would you please, wait, is there any discussion from the trustees? Let's go around. Trustee Amenta?
Hey, Trustee Stokebrand, can we just say if we have, it's going to take us, we'll make the meeting go a lot faster if we just say we have questions.
I'll just go through the list quick. Trustee Bachhorst, do you have anything?
Absolutely not.
Arthur? Trustee Ursink?
No, I do not.
Trustee Warren?
I do not.
And I'm Trustee, President Rosick, are you on the call yet?
Yes, I'm on the call. Can you hear me?
Yes. We're
Okay, thank you.
going around the table, and you're the last one. I was going to go back to Trustee Amenta.
I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Is Trustee Amenta on the call?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Do you have any comments?
Finally. No, I don't, but I'm glad I can finally be heard. No, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Sarah, would you please, did I get everyone then?
No.
Trustee Carpenter.
Trustee Carpenter, I'm
Question,
sorry.
but no, it's okay.
Sarah, would you please call the roll? Was there any comment from the public on the bond sale?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. Would you please call the roll?
Trustee Warren. Trustee Warren. I think you might be frozen. Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Bachhorst. Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Aye.
All right. And Trustee Warren, are you back? Trustee Warren?
Aye. Sorry, I got cut off.
That's okay. I think you're set.
I'm assuming we're voting on the motion. That would be yes.
7-0.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Welcome. Good luck.
Pull up the agenda.
Trustee Stokebrand, are you okay with me taking back over?
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for helping out. Our next item on our agenda is 4C, MMSD Edgewood Near Surface Collector Project presentation. It is now 8:04.
This will go to Leanne. She will kick it off.
Leanne.
Good evening. I'm going to jump in here and give you the 2-minute project background. At that point, I'm going to turn it over to Dan Lau, who is the project manager and engineer with CDM Smith. There are also MMSD representatives on the call. I believe Dave Casper and Jeremy Triepenbach are with us tonight. If I missed anyone, I apologize. But just like I said, the 2-minute background on how we got here. Some pretty significant rain events in the late 1990s led to what was termed the bottleneck construction project in the southeast area. That was constructed in 1999. During construction of that project, there was another significant rain event that led to additional flooding, additional discussions, and some realization that probably this was not an issue that the village could tackle on its own. And we started some dialogue and discussion with MMSD and the city of Milwaukee and UWM. You probably, many of you, most of you recall the 2010 July events that led to our comprehensive facility plan. And that plan included some recommended improvements. In the separated sewer area, those were implemented and constructed in 2012 and 2014. The comprehensive plan included some recommendations for the northeast combined area, which would be the area north of Capitol Drive and east of Oakland Avenue. Those were implemented and constructed in 2016. The southeast area combined system recommendations were significantly more complex and required some additional collaboration, both with MMSD and some additional studies that both the village and the district undertook. And those additional studies led to some additional actions, which I won't go through in detail, but you'll see as we, Sarah, can you share screen with Dan Lau? Or can you get can you load the presentation?
I made him a co-host, so he should be able to put up the presentation. If he's having trouble, I can do it.
Is it Dan?
Yes.
Dan, are you on the line?
I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
We can. Can you?
Excellent.
Go ahead. Can you put up the presentation? Do you have that ability?
I'm going to try to click on the share screen.
Okay.
And it doesn't, oh wait, I think I might be there. Yep. Are you seeing me?
Yep, there you go.
There we go.
Excellent. Good work there on your end. Leanne, are you finished and you're handing it off to me?
I will, if we can flip just, so my rambling has covered page 1. Page 2, or the second slide of the this second slide of the presentation kind of bullet points a number of the studies that we have been doing. As I mentioned, the southeast area issues were far more complex than those that we found in the separated area. And so all of these different studies led to kind of the point that we are right now, which is the Edgewood Near Surface Collector Project. So now I'm going to turn it over to Dan.
Great. Well, thank you, Leanne, and we're glad to join you tonight. And we are sympathetic to the challenges that you faced at the beginning of this meeting, because we've been down that path ourselves many times. So we're all on the learning curve, and we just keep working through it, and we'll make it happen. So Leanne, gave a good background here, and I know that you guys are fairly familiar with the project or projects that have occurred and the problem. But what we wanted to do tonight was to provide an overview of the Edgewood Near Surface Collector project, the NSC project. I'm Dan Lau, I'm the project manager for CDM Smith, and we're the lead consultant working for the district to develop the final design of that project. So what we want to do tonight is give you a little background on preliminary engineering and the status of our design, tell you where we believe the alignment is going to be and how we're going to approach that construction. And we want to talk about there's going to be 4 major work areas that we want to focus on, because that's where, you know, the village or your residents are going to be most exposed to the impacts that come with a major project construction like this. And then we'll talk a little bit about the public outreach plan at the end. One thing that's important to note in our timeline, and we'll talk a little bit about the schedule, but we're at what we'll call a 10% complete point in our design. So we've got 90% to go yet, but we have the project well defined, and we've started the initial design, and in talking with Leanne, we thought this was an appropriate point for us to share the design with you and let you see what the project is. So if you have questions, I think we can answer most of those, and if not, we can get back to you, or we'll develop those as we continue forward with the design. So just again, building on the background, you know, there's been a recurrent basement backup problem, especially in the southeast portion of the village here, and our objective is simple: is to try to reduce the risk of basement backups or basement flooding in that southeast area, which is the area essentially north of Edgewood and east of Oakland. And we'll talk a little bit about how we came to the conclusion of what is the right project for the village here and the district, but it all comes down to providing sufficient capacity in the system. And this project is intended to increase the capacity of the district system, and thereby also providing additional capacity for Shorewood system. So to maybe just kind of put it in context here, assuming you can see the screen here and you're familiar with the area, and let's see if you'll see my cursor, just an overview of the project. This is going to be about 2,300 feet of 72-inch sewer that will run from Maryland on over to NS4, which is one of the district's major facilities that connects to the deep tunnel. So that 2,300 feet of 72-inch sewer will be put in by trenchlets technology, essentially a micro tunneling machine will put it in, and there'll be 2 diversion structures, one at Murray and one at Maryland, that'll take excess flow from the local Shorewood system and put it into the new district system. And that's essentially the project that we're looking at. And our preliminary construction cost estimate for that project in 2021 dollars is $15.7 million. So it's an expensive, it's a major project for the district and for your village in terms of the impact that it will have, even though there's only 4 major areas of construction. So to talk a little bit about the, where we are in the project, we're 10% through our design. We're looking at design completion in March 2021, looking at a construction start in July of 2021, and having the sewer construction complete, ready for operation by the end of 22, so December 2022. And there'll probably be some things that are left over in terms of restoration or whatever it is that may carry forward into the following kind of year, but essentially complete or substantially complete by the end of 2022. So the district has been working on this last project final design since the summer of last year, and there was a number of things that had to happen to kind of finalize the project and move forward. And one of the things we did was to meet with a number of the major stakeholders, and Leanne talked about several of those, but in talking with the village and UWM and the city of Milwaukee, we identified some kind of critical items or key requirements for a successful project from their perspective. And we listed some of these here, but the most important maybe is just to focus on how do we minimize the impacts to local residents and businesses and the transient public that will be working through the village. So this is something that we have to understand and we have to incorporate into our design and construction process, and that's something that we're in the process of doing. And you know, what we did in conjunction with the district and a hydraulic consultant that the district retained was to do some modeling, computer modeling of the system, building on a lot of the work that the district and the village had done previously to look at a number of different options or alternatives or scenarios for how we could provide additional capacity that would reduce that risk of basement flooding, and to also look at what do we need in terms of capacity to accept the flows that will come from the planned relief sewer improvements that that the village is planning that'll be up Maryland and upstream into the system. And putting that all together, we came up with a recommended concept, and that's the concept that we're working with in terms of final design at this point. So we thought it might be helpful to kind of convey an understanding of what this means relative to how the system performs under existing conditions and future conditions with the proposed improvements in place. So this is just a schematic of a house along Edgewood, and the focus of our project is basically from that structure NS4 over by the river all the way up to Maryland. And that part of the system is drained by an existing 78-inch combined sewer. That's a village sewer. And under normal conditions or dry weather conditions, that sewer has plenty of capacity, as shown here in the graphic. There aren't any problems associated with its operation. There's no basement backups or any of that kind of thing. Of course, you know it well. The problem occurs when you have a major rainfall event and the system does not have the capacity to pass that event. And the district, its design basis for the project for analyzing it was a 2.35-inch rainfall event in a 2-hour period. For that wet weather event, that rainfall event, the water would rise up above the top of the 78-inch sewer, and we call it the hydraulic grade line. It would rise up to a point where it would be above the basement floor, thus resulting in basement backups or basement flooding. So that's the challenge of the project, is how do we provide sufficient capacity so that for our design event that we can lower the water level below the basement floor and basically prevent that basement backup from occurring. So the solution is essentially to provide this new near surface collector sewer. It'll be at a lower level than the existing 78-inch sewer that's in Edgewood. It'll run from Maryland down to that structure NS4, and it will provide additional capacity and relief for the existing system. So there'll be a couple of overflow pipe connections, one at Murray and one at Maryland, that will take flow off of the existing village system, put it into the new system, and provide the additional capacity to lower the water level, the hydraulic grade line, to the point where it's below the basement floors, thereby essentially reducing the risk of basement backups. So that's the proposed solution, and it should just note the qualifier, and you probably heard some of the major rain events that occurred last night on the south part of Milwaukee County. This solution can't prevent all basement backups in the future. You have a super major rain event like may have occurred last night, and there still will be the risk for basement backups. But the proposed solution is basically centered around this 2.35-inch 2-hour rainfall event, and it reduces water levels in the existing system by as much as 9 feet along Edgewood, and significantly below the basements that are in the area. So that's essentially what our project is intended to do. And again, going back to the project so we can kind of talk about these work areas, our sewer will be tunneled from Maryland, essentially 2,300 feet to the west over to NS4. Now we'll have diversion structures at Maryland and at Murray, and then these yellow areas are the work areas where there will be obvious construction and potential impacts to the adjacent properties. And so what we want to do is talk about each one of those as we kind of go through the process here and let you kind of get a feel for what that means in terms of impacts. And in general, this is a major civil works project. And there will be impacts at each one of those 4 areas, and that could include traffic closures, dust, noise, limitations on access, and those kinds of things. And we'll talk about those as we go through each one of those work areas. So the first one, let's start at the east, we'll go west. This is the area at Maryland and Edgewood down here. So we just want to talk a little bit about, you know, what's going on at each one of the work areas and what the impacts are, and then we'll kind of progress to the west. So we've got a work area here initially that's defined to go up from Edgewood essentially up to about Stratford. We've had some initial discussions with Leanne and the village about, you know, are there some ways we might be able to shrink this, or can we do some more things down on Edgewood? We're looking at that, and that'll be part of the final design process. But this was our initial look at how we would proceed with the work area, and the work area includes the actual construction down here, which will require about a 30-foot diameter, 25-foot deep excavation that will be used to build the diversion structure. And it will also be the point at which we take out this tunneling machine that will run from essentially from River Park all the way over here to Maryland to put in or install that 72-inch pipe. In addition, there'll be a connection, a junction structure built down here near the intersection that will provide for the future connection of your proposed 48-inch relief sewer, which is also planned for Maryland and upstream. So in terms of impacts that this we foresee here at this point, Maryland could be closed from 13 to 15 months for the construction. Now it'll be intermittent construction. You know, there'll be different things that will go on at different times. We're looking at potentially closing the sidewalk on the east, trying to maintain the sidewalk on the west, and also. We might require 1 or 2 tree removals to allow the contractor to work in this area, as well as having some periodic closures of Edgewood when materials get delivered or taken away from the site. And then one thing about safety, assuming this is the work area that we end up with, we'll have the typical kind of yellow construction fencing around the area, and then we'll probably have some kind of jersey type barriers down on the street near the excavation where the diversion structure will go in, and then we'll also do some kind of either closure or more substantial fencing here when that excavation is open from a safety perspective. So if we move over to the west to Murray, where the second diversion structure will be, we've got really kind of all the same kind of things happening here. Similar sized diversion structure down here, similar sized excavation, some limitations on access to the alley. Murray will have to be shut down for the duration of the construction. And really kind of the same thing that we talked about at Maryland. Moving over to the River Park work area, and this rectangle here, which is about 15 by 30 feet, this is what we call the jacking shaft or the launching shaft or excavation or pit. This is where the tunneling machine will be basically lowered into the bottom, and then we'll go east and west from here, east to Maryland and west over to NS4 to install the 72-inch pipe. So this area in the parking lot will be, you know, essentially the construction staging area with construction trailers and material stockpiles and equipment and soil excavation and also some equipment. The micro tunneling machine uses a slurry, kind of a water soil mixture when it excavates the tunnel, and that has to be separated and then hauled off site. So that's something that'll happen right kind of in the parking lot here. In addition to this work area, we're going to talk about green infrastructure in the future. One of the things that I think was identified between the village and the district in the course of our discussions in the early part of the project was a parallel project to look at green infrastructure opportunities in the village. And what we found was that we were going to have to do a major restoration of this parking lot when our construction was done, and that fit very well with some opportunities for green infrastructure. We're going to show you the green infrastructure. You may have seen something on that already, but we're looking at some green infrastructure in this area kind of between the parking lot and the Oak Leaf Trail. In addition, this work area will serve as the access point over to this next work area NS4 so that we can minimize the amount of traffic that would have to go on public streets when we're doing the NS4 construction. And one last thing here too is when we laid out this work area, what we've been trying to do was to minimize as best we can the impacts to the active recreational areas in the park. And so the ball diamonds will still be able to function with the limitation of less parking, but we've maintained the access path to the Oak Leaf Trail, and then we'll probably end up with a construction fence, kind of a typical cyclone fence with a dust barrier, a visual barrier here between the active recreational area and the work area. And then moving over to the west to the what we call the NS4 work area. This is just to the west of the Oak Leaf Trail, and this will be a receiving shaft where when the tunnel boring machine gets over to here, having installed this portion of the pipe, that machine will be removed, and then there'll be an open cut section from that point over to NS4 to put in the remaining section of the 72-inch pipe and make the connection to the NS4 structure, which then essentially connects up to the deep tunnel. This area will have some impacts to trees. There'll be some tree removal. Oops. Let me go back here. Be some tree removal in this area for work and construction material storage and that kind of thing. We've been working with Milwaukee County and a tree survey has been completed for the whole area. A vegetation survey is currently underway. And once we've been able to advance the design, we'll identify the trees and vegetation that have been impacted, propose a restoration mitigation plan, and then be bringing that back both to Milwaukee County Parks and to the village for essentially a sign off on the way we're going to try to put things back together again here. The other thing we are also aware of is Oak Leaf Trail is very highly used, and that Oak Leaf Trail needs to stay open. We will need to cross the Oak Leaf Trail periodically. We anticipate some signage to let people know that there's a project going on here, and that anytime we're crossing it, we'll be doing that with some flaggers kind of up north and south of any crossing to make sure that we can maintain a safe condition for the users. Then switching back to the green infrastructure, which I think you may have already seen something on. Green infrastructure is comprised of some drainage improvements to the parking lot here to capture runoff from the parking lot, and then right now that goes to the district sewer system, and now it'll be connected to the bioswale, which will provide some stormwater treatment before it's discharged to a ditch along the Oak Leaf Trail and then heads over to the Milwaukee River. The green infrastructure is part of the district's project. It is fully funded by the district. It has a component to provide a future bike path connection through here. The basics of that may be done in terms of grading. Any future actual bike path connection will have to come in the future and be the responsibility of the village. And then just to kind of give you an image of the bioswale, we're looking at these to be somewhat more kind of native, natural-like, and these are two pictures from North Wilson Drive that I think provides a good image of what this area will look like in that bioswale that'll essentially run from the parking lot over to essentially the Oak Leaf Trail. Obviously, with a major project like this and the impacts that we'll have on the local community, there needs to be an appropriate amount of public outreach. And we've planned 3 neighborhood meetings, and those were originally intended to be, hands-on, actually in the neighborhood kinds of meetings. And with current conditions, they'll have to all be virtual, of course. But we're looking at having one later this fall after we get 30% design complete. Another one in the first quarter of 2021, and when our design is essentially complete and we know the details of all the components and the specific timing of when which component of the project will go in first, second, third, that kind of thing. And then kind of a final neighborhood meeting, public meeting in the summer of 2021 when the project actually kicks off. And I believe you should have had in your packet the summary public meeting, like kind of 2-page, I think, thing we put together that prevents how we'd approach this. We're looking at the same kind of message that we're talking about tonight, and then specifically to figure out who are the targeted residents or users of our outreach program, and how do we do the approach in terms of communicating with them. So this will be the local residents, the users of River Park, the students at UWM, the people that use the Oakleaf Trail, and we're looking at multiple ways to get to them. There'll be some mailers that'll go out to people that'll be within a certain block radius of our project. We'll provide some website updates for both the village and the city and the district, and probably also UWM. I mentioned the Oakleaf Trail signage, and then we're also looking at whether we can provide some handouts or exhibits that could be posted in the library that would give some of the local residents the opportunity to see things kind of firsthand or close up and not have to do it, virtually on the internet. That our charge at this point is to continue to move forward with the final design and to begin planning for that first public outreach meeting in the village. So for us, we're looking for whatever feedback you can provide us on the project, whatever clarifications that that we can provide on any of your questions, and any ideas you might have about the outreach, so that we can move forward and do something that is basically in step with what the village would do, and address any kind of concerns that you have. So that concludes our formal presentation, and we're here for questions if you've got some.
Thank you, Dan, for the great presentation. I will go around the board to see if anybody has any questions. So, Trustee Bockhorst?
No questions.
Okay, Trustee Amenta?
Yeah, I wanted to suggest for Murray and Maryland, or really any residences that are directly, fronting on one of those work areas, or really probably that whole neighborhood, that you send specific letters, like a letter, first class mail, to people with a flyer explaining what's going on and the time period and everything about the project. Because I think, for one, you should do a postcard to the entire village so everybody knows. But a lot of people just toss that. A lot of people don't get the village manager's memo. A lot of people just don't pay attention. I think what people really pay attention to, we used to do flyers in garbage cans, but we don't do that anymore. But what people really pay attention to is getting that letter in the mail from the village. Probably from the village, not from MMSD, I would think. Because there, with talking 12 to 15 months of construction, I mean, we had people complaining about a couple of months this summer to do a road project in front of their house. I mean, to tell people it's going to be 12 to 15 months of work. I mean, I know people are not going to be happy, and we just want to make sure that everyone is forewarned. So that's my input about it.
Well, if I could respond, your point is well taken, and those are very important things for us to address. And we do have Beth Foy is our public outreach specialist, and I don't know that we've set this up for her to respond, but Beth has worked in the village, and we're going to collaborate to come up with something that will essentially meet your needs. And we definitely agree with the personalized letters to everybody, and we have to get that message out to the people who will be impacted, that the worst thing is for them to be surprised. So we understand that, and we'll make every point to make sure that the word gets out and they understand that there will be an impact, and that we can manage those expectations as best we can.
Thank you. So, Trustee Ursing?
Thank you for the presentation. I just have a couple questions. First of all, what will be President Rozak, can you mute yourself? Thank you. What will be the impact on the river from all this construction? So you talked about some of the trees. Will there be any impact on the river?
Well, one of the things that we'll do is we'll have to do an erosion and sediment control plan. So there'll be a number of things that are done over there at that NS4 work area to make sure that there is no runoff that goes down to the river. So we'll prevent that. And then one of the things that we have to look at in final design is that flow that's going to come out of the bioswale in River Park will get into the drainage system along the bluff, and we have to track that to figure out exactly where that goes and make sure there's sufficient capacity. Those will be very minimal flows, and we think that's going to be fine, but that's something that we'll have to verify in final design.
Right. And then, I think you said a couple of times that the hope is to reduce basement backups with the price tag of $15.7 million. What's that reduction look like to you? What is a conservative number versus, the goal for reducing those backups? This seems to be a really big project, and for it not to be totally cleared up, I'd love to know your thoughts on the numbers there as far as how many residents will see that reduction.
I don't know if we can answer that. That might be something that maybe we can talk with Leanne about and see some of the things that have been done in the past. I know that some of the previous work that the village has done has looked at those numbers. The district project essentially looked at the entire system, but really focused on the area up to Maryland and Edgewood. So we don't have an answer for what does that mean in terms of number of basements that were flooded versus not flooded. I know that some of the things that were proposed in the past and the work that was done for the village was looking at a 50% reduction in basement backups, but we don't have any kind of a number. The thing that we've looked at is that number that I threw out is that hydraulic grade line, or the water level in the sewer in Edgewood. For that design event we talked about, 2.35 inches in 2 hours, we pull that water level down by as much as 9 feet. That's significant. And for a larger event, closer to 3 inches, there was some areas of the village upstream of Edgewood and Maryland where the water level got up to near the surface, where it'd be coming out of the rims or manholes. That has also been reduced. So it's a qualitative answer, and I think additional analysis would have to be done to really quantify those numbers better. But there are significant reductions in the water levels as a result of almost doubling the capacity of the existing system in Edgewood.
Right. And then just looking at your map there, I'm part of the Shorewood Little League, and I know that they're big time users of the field, especially from around April through the fall. I noticed that on one of the maps in particular, the batting cage that we have there is cut off, as well as the backside of the pavilion, which are the garage, I should say, like there's a concessions booth, and the backside of that is also kind of cut off in that yellow area, and that's where Shorewood Little League stores all of their field equipment, and it's jam-packed worth of stuff right now. So what are your thoughts on those batting cages? I assume those are going to be totally, will that need to be ripped up and done away with, as well as the backside of that concession stand?
So you're seeing the first cut of that work area, and our intent was to not underestimate anything at this point, and then have to come back and say, oh, sorry, we needed another 100 feet. We've actually talked about the batting cage, and it's a narrow area between the batting cage and kind of the south property line. Our initial thought is we think we can get through that without having to take the batting cage out. So that's something we're going to look at and see if we can save the batting cage. And I'm sure we can work around that building, because we're definitely not going to be impacting the building. We'll have to see how much space we can leave there, but that we should be able to accommodate that as well.
Yeah, there's like a little walkway that kind of comes around, that wraps around, and if there was just a little bit of space to get to that backside of that would be very helpful. I think the batting cage is a little bit on the older side, and I think we could probably stand to update it. So, just that communication, I think communicating with the Little League will be really important, just for expectations. We're happy that we get to use the fields next year, up until, I saw construction was, end of construction is spring of 2023. So we'd be looking at the next, would we be looking at the next 2 summers with construction in that area? With that parking lot especially being gone for the next 2 summers?
Correct, yeah. So starting next summer, in the middle of the summer, and then running through the summer of 2022.
Okay, so 2 summers. Okay. Yep. Okay, 122. Yeah, so I would definitely include the Shorewood Little League board on that, on any kind of communication as far as users go, because they are the primary. I think they're the primary users of that area throughout spring through fall. So it'd be nice to get them in communication. And I think
absolutely. And if Beth Foy was talking about public outreach, she would have already identified them, because we've talked about making sure we taught the Little League.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. And then I think that about wraps it up. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Ursink. We'll go on to Trustee Carpenter.
Thank you. I just had I have a comment and then 2 questions, kind of to Trustee Ursink's question regarding reduction in sewer backup. I'm assuming that this project and what we've talked about in the past, in conjunction with all the other sewer work that's been done in the northeast portion of the village, will help alleviate the pressure on the system to then also help reduce basement backups as well as street flooding. Is that accurate to say?
That's correct.
Okay. And then similar to Trustee Amenta's point, did just have some questions / concerns regarding the residents on the Murray and Maryland streets. And so I know that I don't think that there's that many residents, but I know that there are some homes that, their driveways directly face either Maryland or Murray. And, is there a plan for how those residents are able to get to their homes? I mean, and it sounds like a pretty extensive time frame.
So we'll have to look more closely at that. Our initial look, we saw most of those structures accessing their garages from the alleys. And if we have to look at that more closely, if there's a couple of driveways out there, we'll have to figure out how we can manage that. And depending on where they're at, there might be kind of, we can temporarily shut it down for construction, but it really kind of depends where they're at. If they were at the south end of those work areas where it's going to be active, we're just going to have to shut those down for the duration. If they're at the north end up near Stratford, for example, then there may be some flexibility in terms of letting them get in and out, because we won't be as active in our work area there. But we'll have to look at that more closely. I wasn't aware that we were impacting driveways, but again, we're at the very kind of preliminary stage of defining things, and we'll take a closer look at that.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question was regarding snow storage. So that parking lot at River Park is where we store some excess snow in the winter. And so seeing how long this project's going to take, I just want to make sure that we will still have access and the ability to do that, and that is something that you guys are taking into account. I know we've talked about that parking lot becoming some green infrastructure, which will, I think, be very beneficial for the melting of that snow. But in the interim of this project, I just want to make sure that we're all aware of that snow storage. I'm sure Leanne's talked about it with you guys, but just want to make sure
we're definitely aware of that. And I know Leanne mentioned that you'll have to find another place to put the snow in the winter. And I don't know if that's been determined yet, but that's definitely one of those impacts that has to be addressed in the project.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you. Thanks for putting this together.
Thank you, Trustee Carpenter. We'll move on to Trustee Stokebrand.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just want to be clear about the effect on this. You said the streets Edgewood is being resurfaced anyway, right? Isn't that part of?
That originally, this project originally was going to reconstruct Edgewood, and in part because of the majority, well, part of the project was going to be constructed by open cut means, which meant we were going to tear up half of Edgewood anyway to put the project in, and because of some concerns about how we would cross Oakland and concerns about where the alignment would be, that we're kind of under the north end of the right-of-way there, where we'd be taking out all the trees on the north side. We just drew the conclusion between the design team and the village, the city, and the district that it just didn't make sense to reconstruct Edgewood anymore. So that part of the project is not going to happen. So we will only restore Edgewood at those intersections where we tear it up to put in the diversion structures or to put do the micro tunneling.
Okay, so so instead you're doing the boring, is that why it's taking so much longer?
A couple of reasons. The tunneling does go fairly slow, but in the big scheme of things, there's just a lot of moving parts that have to fit together on the project in terms of what can go first and second and third. The other thing is that the original project was essentially just going to go down to a little bit past Oakland, and now the project goes all the way to NS4. So we've increased the length of the project to make it work and get there was some hydraulic limitations downstream in the district system, and this is going to eliminate those hydraulic limitations by taking the project all the way to NS4. So the project's gotten bigger. That's another reason why the project price tag has gone up. It's like a 40% bigger project than it was originally.
And so it's going to take longer.
Correct.
So Edgewood needed to be resurfaced. I mean, it's in horrible shape, but that's still our problem and Milwaukee's problem, right?
Yeah, I guess so. It's not part of the district's current project.
Okay, and so then the other streets, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Village staff and Milwaukee City staff have been in communication, and we are working out a restoration plan. The intent will be to resurface Edgewood throughout the entire project area from curb to curb. And we will do that after completion of the MMSD project.
Okay, so this project will be done spring of 2023, and then Edgewood will be resurfaced, right? So it'll be 2023.
That's the working plan right now, yes.
Okay, so then, but the surface like Maryland and Murray, it won't be open to traffic, but the surface of the roadway itself will not be severely impacted so that people can drive for local access only. Is that correct?
On Murray and Maryland in the work area?
Yeah.
So in the work area, we'd like that just to be for construction traffic. We may have to modify that a little bit on the north side, and again, this is something we've been talking with Leanne about. But the intent is that they would not have regular access down Maryland or Murray. Those would need to be closed during the major construction part of the project.
And if damage is done, you will resurface.
And if we damage the street, we will repair the street and put it back to as good a condition that was there before. So in other words, we'll have to resurface Maryland or Murray in the areas that we tear it up, which will be in the immediate vicinity of those intersections, and then anything else that happens as a result of construction.
Okay, and so will this send less combined sewage into the river? It should, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the boring, is there much noise associated with it, or at 25 feet down, is that pretty quiet?
You're not going to really hear the micro tunneling. There'll be noise associated with the excavation at those areas, those intersections where we're putting in those excavation shafts, and there'll be some noise at the in River Park where would actually be where the micro tunneling originates and goes east and west.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Stokebrand. Trustee Warren.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. I think at this point, going last, I believe most of my questions have been answered. I just wanted to reiterate, I agree with Trustee Amenta and Trustee Ursink on the communication piece. You know, I think this has to be well communicated to both those directly impacted and groups impacted, like the Little League. You know, certainly those concerns and issues will come back to us if it's not. So I think we want to make sure we get a lot of proactive communication. I agree with Trustee Carpenter on the access to the homes, making sure that everyone has access to get in and out of their driveway as need be. You know, queuing off of some of the things from Trustee Carpenter and Trustee Stokebrand, you know, it sounds like we have some decision points on snow storage and what to do with Edgewood, but those are down the line. Really, the only thing I had was a small question. You know, as I went through the deck, and I think I answered it myself, the 2.35 inches, I'm assuming that modeling is based on the pipe circumference and not a number we picked out of the air.
The 2.35 inches is a design event that the district uses, and it's something we call the critical duration event, which is when we look at, without getting too technical, when we look at the amount of rain that falls in a certain amount of time, we look at what duration does a certain event produce the worst case scenario in the system. So what our hydraulic consultant determined was that a 2-hour rain event produced the highest flows and the worst case condition in the village's system. So that's the design event that we use to analyze the system and then to size the new pipe, the 72-inch pipe.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Trustee Warren. I do have 4 questions, and I appreciate the presentation. First, I want to thank the City of Milwaukee and MMSD for coming up with this creative solution and our consultant team. Can you remind the board how, before we had this solution with the partnership of the City of Milwaukee and MMSD, what was the total cost of the solutions being proposed compared to now?
Leanne, do you remember the cost? There were some costs in the Clark Dietz report. And we've iterated those costs several times. They were less than 10 million. I don't remember exactly what the number was.
And it was all village paid. Is that correct? The prior.
That I can't answer that question. I'd have to look to Leanne for that.
President Rozek, are you speaking about the very initial iterations of the total proposed Southeast area combined sewer improvements?
Let me clarify for you. So I was under the impression that this solution saved the village significant funding because MMSD was able to pick up some of that funding.
I think it's difficult to quantify when phrased that way. We had developed a number of different solutions that were very expensive. The district's agreement to add this additional capacity did change our direction and definitely saved the village a significant sum of money. I would say it's probably accurate to say that that is in the neighborhood of $10 million. Yes.
Thank you. And so thank you to MMSD and the City of Milwaukee. Can you clarify for me just where the drainage goes? I get confused on every time on the River Park parking lots. Current drainage system flows to MMSD, and then the green area. Where does that drain to currently?
So the parking lot drains to the district system and goes into what's their current near surface collector pipe, which connects to their system. The green area, it has a gentle swale or slope towards the river. It flows towards the ditch along the Oak Leaf Trail and then ultimately to the river.
Okay. And the bioswale will help reduce the pollution draining into the river. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. My third question is the parking lot. So we're talking about snow storage. I'm assuming once the construction is over, we can resume putting snow back on where we're doing it now?
That was the intent, yeah, because Leanne mentioned that's an important part of your snow operations was that snow storage and melting that takes place there.
Yes, and so is there any special design going into the drainage system for that parking lot specifically because we store so much snow that melts?
There's an initial concept that was put together by another consultant that we're in the process of reviewing right now. But right now there are planned improvements to the drainage in the parking lot that will better capture the flow and the runoff. And that runoff then will go to the bioswale for treatment. So there are improvements to the drainage and improvements to the water quality that will result after the green infrastructure is put in place.
I assume that means like sloping, so it goes into the MMSD facility rather than the river? Because
it will discharge to the river, not to the district. So, but after it runs through the bioswale, and there are, I don't have the numbers off the tip of my tongue, but there are definitely reductions in pollutant loadings as a result of taking this flow and running it through the bioswales.
And we're talking about the parking lot that currently drains to MMSD.
Correct. Yeah.
So you were taking it off the drainage to MMSD and putting it into the bioswale?
That's correct. Yes.
Wouldn't that create more pollution into the river?
I don't know if that analysis has been done. That's something we'd have to look into to see. Again, that was done by the green infrastructure consultant, and we're still looking at that preliminary design.
Can you keep us abreast of that, or Leanne, just keep us the board abreast? That seems counterintuitive because we usually want it to flow to MMSD so that it doesn't drain.
Actually, the intent of green infrastructure is to be able to remove those pollutants before that water is discharged to the river. So the intent is to remove that flow that currently goes into the district system. The district wants to remove that flow from their system and use green infrastructure to filter the pollutants from that water and then ultimately discharge it to the river. That is the goal.
Okay, thank you. And if it's to the negative, meaning if we actually are getting more pollutants into the river, you'll update us as soon as you know that.
Then that would not occur. Right.
Okay, thank you. I think that is all I have.
I had one more question, please. This is
Sure.
So I just want to be clear, does Edgewood stay open because it's a major arterial?
Yeah, one of our intents is to make sure that Edgewood stays open. Now we're looking at the trade-offs there, but right now, as we proposed and discussed tonight, there would be periodic temporary closures of one lane at those intersections for material delivery and that kind of thing. But we weren't planning on shutting down Edgewood. That has been off the table from our initial discussions with all the major stakeholders.
Okay, thank you. Because this, I got to say, this sounds as long as the Capitol Drive project, which went on forever. This is really a long time. And so if there's anything that could possibly happen that would make this go faster, what would that be?
One of the things that we're looking at is kind of the sequencing of construction, and can multiple things happen in parallel. And that's something we're going to look at to see if that might be able to tighten the schedule. I don't know if it will, again, because we're at 10% design at this point, but those are a couple of things that might offer some flexibility in terms of what we can do to reduce the time frame, or maybe some of the impacts could be shortened on a Maryland or a Murray. So we'll look at that as we further evolve the design.
Well, as someone whose basement flooded in 2010, this is great. I feel bad for someone who's going to look out their front door for a year and a half and see construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Stokebrand. If just because we're on a time crunch and we've gone over our time for this agenda item, if we have further questions that aren't pertinent for tonight, feel free to email them to Leanne, and then she can get us answers through email if that's okay with everybody. With that, there's no motion needed. Is that correct?
That's correct from our perspective.
Okay, great. Well, then we thank you so much for the presentation.
President Rosick, there is an intergovernmental.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Is that the next item? Is that what you're talking about? Consider? Yes. Okay. So thank you for the presentation. We'll move on to 4D, which is consider. Consider intergovernmental cooperation agreement for the Edgewood Avenue near surface collector extension project, including the use of River Park and the installation of green infrastructure. Is there any further from staff, any update for this?
No
Leanne?
update. Sorry, no update. There is a copy of the agreement in your packet. It has been reviewed by Attorney Bear. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Great. I'll just go around the table really quick. Trustee Amenta. Trustee Bockhorst.
No.
No. Trustee Carpenter. Trustee Carpenter.
Nope, I'm ready to vote. I was just getting to, getting to where the motion is. If you want to give me a second. Sorry, hang on.
Let me just finish really quickly.
Okay, yep.
Okay, Trustee Ursink.
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Trustee Stokebrand.
No questions.
Trustee Warren.
I'm good, thanks.
And my only question again is I'm concerned I'm going to vote yes, but I'm concerned with taking off the drainage to MMSD from the parking lot and putting it into a bioswale. I just want to be crystal clear that the pollution load goes down rather than up into the river. That's all I had. So Trustee Carpenter, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I would. Trying to find it in the packet. It is there, Leanne, is there a memo for the intergovernmental?
It's a combined memo. So
it
the
is.
motion is included in the presentation memo.
Got it. Okay. If anyone gets there before me, go for it.
I was just going to move approval of the intergovernmental cooperation agreement between MMSD and the Village of Shorewood for Edgewood Avenue near surface collector extension project number CO5051D01.
I'll second
that.
Okay, so a motion by Trustee Amenta and a second by Trustee Warren. Any further discussion? Without anybody raising their hand, we'll go straight to the vote. Clerk Brookman, can you call the roll?
Yep. Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next agenda item, which is Special Order of Business 4E, Consider Service Agreement for Police Organizational Study. Rebecca?
Great, thank you. Included in your packet was a memo that reviewed that the village has received 10 proposals and 6 of the firms were selected to be interviewed by the Public Safety Committee, Chair Trustee Stokebrand, HRC Chair Parker, Chief Nimmer, myself, and Assistant Village Manager Burkhart. Included is also a listing of the breakdown of each of those and then the costs associated. The group came to a unanimous recommendation to recommend Alexander Weiss Consulting, and I believe that Alex is on the call with us this evening, or at least is listening in, so if there are any specific questions for him.
Trustee, Rebecca, was there one more participant on the interview panel? Was it Sharvita Parker? Was she
yes,
on
I'm
this?
sorry. Did I fail to recognize her?
The HRC chair, yeah.
Yes,
I think
HR.
Mentioned her.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Chair Parker was included as well. So we went through that process, and included within your packet is a service agreement, which is reflective of concluding this analysis within the scope of 2020. As you'll recall, the board not only wanted to expedite it, but made sure that the study and the recommendations were provided prior to the conclusion of this year. So this agreement comes to you this evening and is recommended for your approval.
Thank you. Trustee Amenta, do you have any questions or discussion?
Yeah, the only question I had about it was, we've discussed a 2021 priority of a citizen oversight committee, or starting to discuss where that would be, whether it would be the current police commission or if it would be a different body or what. And I noticed that got kind of folded into this contract, and I just want to be sure. I mean, I don't have a problem, but I just want to be sure that we don't get delayed on, I want to understand. I know it said 120 days, I believe, that the project schedule would be, but I mean, if it ends up being 6 months instead of 4 months, I don't want that process to get delayed. Like, we can't talk about it or start on it until this process is done. So I just would like you to clarify that.
Well, so to offer some insight for you, one of the other timeline criteria running with this service agreement is the fact that we have temporarily put in a sergeant into a different command staff position. You're aware that we can't proceed with that as it would not be allowed under the scope of the current union agreement. So we are under a timeline to finish in a timely manner, and to do so, that was a discussion that we had prior to engaging with the release of the RFP, and which is why we have executed in a fashion that has been expedient to the best of our ability, while still providing sufficient time to ensure that we were gathering and enlisting as many vendors as possible in order to look at this RFP and proposal. So I'm confident in our ability to move forward. And that specific item of looking at the Police Oversight Committee is listed within the scope, and is something that Alex is up to date on, as well as the desire to hear from the community through several focus group sessions to gather that information.
So you're saying you're pretty confident, and maybe the consultant can say this, that it will be done in 120 days?
Yes, I'm actually quite confident, and I'm very aware of the time constraints, and we're going to do everything humanly possible to meet that deadline.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Carpenter?
My question was sort of similar. I just want to make sure there are, in regards to community involvement and focus groups, that there are some residents and some resident groups that I just want to make sure that we are really engaging with the Solidarity Network and Shorewood moving forward, that are interested in seeing a police oversight committee. And I just want to make sure that they're included. It sounded from everything that I read and from what Rebecca just said, that that's something that everyone is aware of and is possible to do within the parameters and time frame. So.
Yes, and it can also let you know that Trustee Stokebrand, as well as HRC Chair Parker, have already developed a list of brainstorm community groups and other interested groups who have reached out to us in addition to those that you mentioned, which I think is important to note, that the study has generated interest from some groups that we've not heard from before. So we also want to include them within the scope, and also make people aware of the opportunity they have to participate. Alex is also, I think, having worked with many consultants, I can share with you that Alex is genuinely excited for the focus group process. So I'm looking forward to working with him on this.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Trustee Carpenter. Trustee Bockhorst.
I really appreciate that we're doing this, and I'm excited to hear about the community and other involvement thrown in. So no, I have no other questions, or no questions, I should.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Bockhorst. Trustee Ursink.
I would, I echo Trustee Bockhorst's sentiment, and would love to, maybe just hear a little bit about why we went with Alex's consulting firm, why we decided to choose his firm above anybody else.
I'm happy to provide some comment, but Trustee Stokebrand, I also want to ensure that I'm including you within the scope of the process. Would you like to offer some comments relative to that?
Sure. I would say that he seemed to be eminently qualified, and the breadth and depth of his experience was good. He's in Evanston, and we felt that even though it's COVID, he was willing to come up because we really felt that with social distancing, it was very important that he come in and be in the village, that he meet with staff. One of his focus groups is going to be the staff, and he's also going to, through Zoom, I believe he's going to be doing one of the Shorewood Speaks sessions through the Human Relations Commission. So it's really, it's up to everybody that wants a piece of this police oversight. If you are interested in that, please find a way to contact me, contact the village staff, we'll make sure that, when this Shorewood Speaks session is going on through the HRC, this is a time to be heard. And I think if you're patient and we wait for this process to play itself out, we're going to have a lot of good information from a highly qualified professional, and then we can, look at the recommendations and move forward from it. But I think since we're all paying for it as taxpayers, we should let this gentleman do his job. I have to say, one of the things that I was most impressed was, he said he talked about looking at a police department from ground zero. And I thought that's a good thing to hear, because that means nothing's sacred. I mean, obviously you have to have a police staff, but I appreciated the ability to think of that as a clean slate as much as we can, and start from there. I'm ready to make a motion if you're ready.
Can we just finish going around the table really quick, and then I'll bring it right back to you. Trustee Warren?
Thank you, President Rosick. Just a couple things. First of all, I think it's vital that we have community outreach, and I was happy to see that there's a lot of community outreach contained in this proposal. I do think that the community wants to be and needs to be involved in this kind of organizational study. And I also like, that leads me to two questions really. And one is a kind of an output question, and one is more of a process question. The output question is just kind of, we talked about the cultural competency, diversity, equity, and inclusion pieces of the study. And I'm kind of wondering briefly if you could put some color around what that looks like. And for the process part of the study, one of the challenges that we always have, and I use we as kind of like, any entity you go to is data. And I'm wondering that are you actually going to be going into the police department's databases? Or are you going to be relying on data requests to the police department to dispatch? How are you going to accrue the data that you're using for the study? So those are my two questions, the output question and the process question.
Okay, let me do the second one first. We always use a lot of data in these studies. The first thing we look at typically is calls for service data. By that I mean, what particularly calls that have been dispatched. We want to know what kinds of requests for police service the community is generating, and then understanding the nature of those calls, how long it takes to get there, what officers do when they're there. That's kind of a good understanding of what the nature of their work is. We often talk to officers about that data. What I typically do is once we have some of that patrolled data, we go back and talk with the department about it, try to understand the context of it. We also look at some what I call benefit time off data. In other words, one of the challenges that police departments face is that employees get a lot of time off. They get fairly generous benefit packages. That affects deployment. I just finished an engagement where the officers had an extraordinarily generous vacation allotment, which affects their ability to work. And I asked one of the city attorneys, and they basically said, well, we had no money this year, so we gave them a few more vacation days. The problem is that those folks aren't working, and it creates all kinds of problems. In terms of inclusion, I think this is where we learn a lot from talking with the residents. A couple of years ago, my firm did a study in Louisville, which is a place now which is under significant scrutiny. And they asked us to do community focus groups in each of the 8 police districts. And it was pretty remarkable, actually. You would have thought we were studying 8 different police departments. In the kind of inner city, largely African-American area, people complained about being stopped by the police every day, on their way to work. In the more suburban areas, people said, we never saw the police here. So this gave us some real good sense about what the department was like in terms of its relationships, particularly with minority communities. So that's very, very insightful. That's why we put such a great emphasis on talking to residents, talking to community leaders, and trying to understand how the organization really functions. So that's really, I hope that's the answer to your question.
Well, can I just quick follow up on the first piece of that? I guess, and this goes to Trustee Amenta's point of timing. You know, are we relying I understand the data that you're calling for. Are you relying on kind of people to fulfill that request? Or are you actually going to be accessing the relevant databases within our police department?
Typically, they give us the data. That's typically how it works. And in some places, it's more difficult than others. I don't know, for example, who does the dispatching there. That's one of the things we have to sort out pretty quickly, and how the format of that data. Once we get it, it moves very fast, though.
And thank you. And one more follow-up, sorry.
Sure.
Just in terms of the second question. So I understand that you meet with the community, and that'll kind of drive some of this cultural competency, diversity, equity, inclusion. Can you give me kind of an example of kind of a recommendation that you would make based on those conversations, or a product that you would hope based on those conversations?
Oh, that's very good. So I can give you a few examples from some of my work. A few years ago, I did a project in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Grand Rapids is a fairly medium-sized city. There was a great deal of tension between the African-American community and the police department. And the department was having a very difficult time recruiting minority members. And it was interesting because nobody could really put their handle on this. I mean, the chief said, I'm really frustrated. We can't seem to make any progress. I went and talked with the person who was in charge of the recruiting, and I discussed it with him. And he told me something very interesting. He said, well, according to Michigan law, you can't hire anybody who's ever been arrested. I said, well, that's curious. I said, I mean, just arrested, not convicted? He said, no, arrested. Well, it turned out that was just not true. It was just, so this one individual was single-handedly kind of blocking minorities, some of whom had a juvenile arrest record without a conviction, from becoming police officers. Once we fixed that, and this is something, I said, you have to fix this. You have to deal with this problem. They did with it pretty quickly, and they adjusted it. One of the things, we talked about, for example, in Baltimore and in other cities as well, is the process by which officers are assigned to certain shifts. For example, if you have an organization in which officers pick their assignment by seniority, they're likely to pick the neighborhoods which are, fewer minorities, less crime, less activity. It's not so much of an issue in a small community, but you have to kind of intervene and make sure that you're directing that process. And that's really, those are the kind of decisions. You can't, in my view, you can't allow these patterns to emerge, which tend to support the perception of discriminatory behavior on the part of the officers.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Warren. I just had two quick questions. When we talk about data, about 4 years ago, I got to talk with the police chief, and he made an excellent point to me that while the police department probably has some racist bias that we can explore and bring out, so does our community, so does most communities. And so the question that I have about the data is, when you take the data of when you get the call center or the dispatch, as you say, are you able to fetch the description of the person or the potential criminal? Like, so what the police chief had said is, if you look at the data, it'll show that the majority of people pulled over or that they're looking for, like in Shorewood, are people of color. But the other part of that equation that helps to balance it out is we get calls, the dispatch center from the city of Milwaukee, with a description of an accused or of a potential someone that's breaking the law, And can we access that data of, in dispatch, are they people of color? Is the description of the people being called into our police officers people of color?
Okay, well, let's just step back on that just for a second.
Sure.
You know, in Illinois, we've been collecting traffic stop data for about 20 years. I actually started that program and done that analysis for these number of years. One of the things that we're very careful to make a distinction is a traffic stop in which you have a known description. So if somebody says, look, you know, this person just robbed the bank and they're driving a yellow Mustang and here's the license plate number, we don't include that, right? We don't include that in our database. What we do include, however, are cases in which an officer sees someone who looks suspicious, and then a block later, this person makes a turn, turns their car without putting their signal on, and they've pulled them over, right? In other words, the traffic violation then is really just a pretext to conduct this investigatory stop. So whether we can distinguish that from your data, I don't know. We're going to try. We're going to try to understand. One of the ways you do it is try to find out what was the person stopped for. What are the nature of these stops, right? At one point, Wisconsin was considering requiring a similar statewide racial profiling data system. I know that because they asked me to come and testify in Madison about how to do it. I think they started it and then they stopped. So I don't know what the status is right at the moment, but we have to look at that. If you find some evidence of disproportionality, then the challenge is to say why. You know, in other words, what's causing this? It could be, as you say, it could be that people are calling up and saying, you know, I just saw this person of color walking down my block. They don't belong here. Come check them out, right? If that's driving that, you should see that in the data. In other words, we should see something that looks like a call, a suspicious person call, right? But most places collect that kind of data. They collect field interrogation data. We can look at those patterns and see what other kind of activity goes on. It's not easy, but it's possible.
Thank you. I'm just putting in my phone charger here before it dies. So I guess I would collect, I don't see any harm in collecting both sets of data, meaning you said we don't for call-ins with a description of the criminal or the complainant for the person that broke the law, potentially. I think that's really important because we see a lot of people of color being pulled over and it doesn't matter. And, you know, if it's a description, I'd love to see the breakdown. If it's coming from a description being given to our police department, or if it's actually coming from, like you say, a traffic violation with no description. So thank you for that.
By the way, if you're pulling people over because they're suspicious, that may be a legitimate police activity. But what the officers have to learn how to do is to disengage from those contacts. You know, in other words, if you've pulled someone over, and this is what people of color often complain about, is they're subject to these kind of what they feel to be kind of random discriminatory stops, right? So if that's going to be your strategy for the police is to pull people over, you have to be able to make sure that you're not communicating to this person that they're a criminal, right? There's a story from Charleston, South Carolina, a number of years ago. They were pulling a lot of people over as suspects in bank robberies. It turned out in every 50 stops, they'd find one bank robbery, right? Now, one is not zero, so maybe it's a worthwhile procedure. The question is, what do you do with the other 49 people who you've just pulled over, probably at gunpoint, right? And accuse them of being a bank robber. And so they talk to the officers. This is what you have to tell them. Tell them why you stopped them. Tell them why you made that decision. It was a great story. They walked up to a violator. Right away, they realized it wasn't the person. They said, here's why we stopped you. They let the person go back and listen to the description of the suspect vehicle. It was very close to his vehicle. And the person said, you know, I didn't do this, but I think I know who did. So that's the way you build public confidence, right? It's very, very critical, though. And we always have to remember with every police strategy, there's always cost and benefit. The benefit may be you catch, a real criminal. The cost is that more often than not, you don't. And that's really the strategy. So.
Thank you. And my last question is just the oversight board. I want to echo Trustee Amenta's concern or question that it doesn't hold this up. Will you, I wasn't specific and I might have missed it, but are you looking at the legal issues of where that board would reside, whether it's an existing police commission versus a standalone oversight board? Are you looking at the legal issues and making recommendations? Are you looking at where it should reside? What specifically are you looking to gain from that?
Well, I think our first challenge would be to kind of figure out what's prompting this, right? What is it that they think they want to accomplish? And then we probably can make some recommendations about what that role might look like without some legal advice. Sometimes people who are interested in this level of oversight don't actually understand what it means, right? What the day-to-day obligations are. When I was in Northwestern, there was a committee of students who wanted to actually investigate the complaints against the police officer on campus. The kids wanted to do this. And I met with them, I said, you have no idea what this involved in this. It's much more complicated and much more time consuming than you think. And I think they agreed, so.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. That's all I had. Trustee Stokebrand, if nobody else on the board has any questions, if you do, just go ahead and raise your hand or speak up. If not, Trustee Stokebrand, do you want to make a motion?
Yes, I move to authorize staff to enter into a service agreement with Alexander Weiss Consulting to perform an organizational study of the Shorewood Police Department.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Trustee Stokebrand, a second by Trustee Amenta. Any further discussion?
I have a quick question.
Sure, Trustee Warren.
Are we gonna, I think we had some people who wanted to have public comment on this, or I heard that there wanted to be public comment. Are we gonna allow that, or are we going to vote now?
That's a great question, and I apologize for that. We have a motion and a second, and we certainly can allow public comment. Sarah, do you have a list of how many people have asked to speak on this issue?
I don't have anybody on this issue, so if they do, they have not contacted me. I do have 3 about the masks and 1 about transportation, but not about this.
And any raised hands?
Nope.
Okay, so I don't need to limit public comment then. If there's anyone in the public that would like to ask a question or make a comment, please, Sarah, how did they go about doing that?
They can raise their hand on Zoom. Or if they are unable to do so, they can unmute themselves and give their name and address.
Okay, seeing none, then we will go ahead with the roll call vote.
We have.
Oh, did someone raise their hand? I'm sorry.
Yep, sorry, Liz Egan.
1 second. Hi, can you see me, hear me?
Yes.
Liz Egan, 1563 East Newton. I just have a question, about a clarification question. So is this study, how much of this study informs this idea of oversight into Shorewood Police Department? And then, sorry, I'm thinking on the fly. Also, if we're getting data from the police department, Mr. Weiss, I'd ask you how we ensure that that is clean data.
Would the consultant like to answer?
Oh, well, I guess the short answer is I've been working with this data for many, many years. And we'll spend some time with it, look for anomalies in the data. Dispatch data is pretty messy, but we've spent a long time with it. And I think we get to a certain point working with the agency where we feel comfortable that it's a pretty good representation of the workload. It's not perfect, but as I say, we've just done it a number of times. So.
And dispatch is separate from our police department. Is that correct? We have a separate dispatch. We use the North Shore Dispatch.
I don't know that. That's one of the questions I need to address. So, yeah.
Yes, that's correct. We share it with 6 other communities with the fire departments.
That's good.
Sorry, right back to the resident. Did you have further questions?
Yes, actually, I had the first question that I asked about wanting to clarify how much of this process. I think it sounds like there is some maybe conflation of the oversight committee and this organizational study. And I want to be very careful to understand what affects in terms of there's been questions about timing, and I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that we understand what we are hiring this consultant for and what we are not hiring this consultant for, if that makes sense.
Well, I just see the oversight component, the oversight as a component of a bigger study. In other words, in the study of any organization, one looks at structure and function and accountability. Much of that will be kind of focus on internal accountability, but there'll be also external accountability. One of the things that we've been asked to look at is the complaint process, for example. So what I'm hoping is that the two will kind of blend together quite nicely. You know, in other words, at some point, people may say, you know, we can fix something here and something else may not be necessary, or, you know, we just can't fix this. The only way we have this solution is to have some kind of external control. The truth is that having an oversight function, depending on the context, can have better or lesser effect. Some places it works quite well, some cases it's problematic. So, but the answer to that question will be based on what we understand about the organization, right? So in some sense, I'm coming in just with a clean slate about the organization and a clean slate about oversight. So that's kind of my perspective.
Did you have any other questions?
I think I was hoping that, I appreciate, Mr. Weiss, your answer. I think I was hoping to hear from the board the delineation of the two projects.
If I may, I think, Rebecca, can you answer that? Rebecca was very intimately involved in drafting the scope for the RFP.
Sorry, I was muted there. So this study includes a number of different things that we're reviewing. So it's not an accident that we're reviewing a number of things. It is on purpose. One of the things that I think we're looking forward to the most is that with a number of these topics, they cannot be looked at independent of others because at many times they have converging links and also may directly impact how recommendations would be made to push the organization forward. So, you know, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to look at the service agreement. It's very explicit in terms of what exactly is included. That's on purpose. That's because it dovetails what we identify within the RFP. It addresses the items that were provided by the board, and that was some of the metric in terms of how we evaluated which consultant to bring in. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is that, I just want to wrap it up. Do you have any other questions at this moment?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. Sarah, is there anybody else that would like to speak?
Yep, first I have Chuck Carlson, and then we'll go on to Melissa McCorkle.
Okay, Chuck.
Chuck, we can't hear you. We see you waving, but we can't hear you.
Can you unmute?
Okay. I saw that he was unmuted, so I couldn't unmute him, Sarah.
Yeah, he is
He was
unmuted,
already unmuted.
so I'm not sure.
Maybe he had a connection issue.
Why don't we
Okay,
move on?
here he's trying again.
Okay. We could move. If we can't get him, we can move to the next resident and then just switch order.
Yeah,
Sarah,
yep, we'll move on to Melissa McCorkle. Melissa, if you'd like to state your name and address.
Sure, Melissa McCorkle, 3921 North Maryland. My question is, what happens if there's a difficulty in getting the data that you need from our police department? Thank you.
I'll just go in there and bang on the table till I get it. I mean, I think we'll get it. Everybody here has been very cooperative and assured cooperation. The chief's been very cooperative, so I think we'll get it. I'm not concerned about that. Timing is always an issue. Sometimes it takes longer to get it than one thinks, but I'm optimistic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we want to try Chuck again? Sarah?
Chuck, are you there? He's unmuted, but we can't hear him.
Okay, is there anybody else that would like to speak?
Okay, there he is.
No. It is not working.
Yeah, we show him as unmuted, but for some reason he's not able. Oh, now he's muted. But I think.
No.
Is there anybody else in line that would like to speak while we're working out with Chuck?
There is not at this time that I see.
I have a question. I can't get my video to go.
Okay. If you could just state your name and address.
Alyssa Roch, 4218 North Maryland Avenue. Oh, there we go. Yeah, my question is just, so in the process of this data, how will it be organized? Is there a way that we're going to be able to aggregate it and break it down? And to what degree will that be publicly released?
Well, I mean, we take the data and then include the analysis in our report. I presume the report will be public, but that's not really my decision. That's what you're asking, I think, right?
Is the data that is collected public? Is public record? Anyone can get can study that data that you receive.
Well, I presume so. Yeah, I mean, what typically the data we get is, like I say, calls for service data, traffic stop data. Some of the complaint data may not be public information. I don't know about the law in Wisconsin. Some of it may or may not be, but we have, I mean, the data will come from units of government. So presumably it's public data. But we don't normally include the raw data. What we include is summaries of the data.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome. Do we want to try Chuck one more time?
I just saw somebody up there.
Hey, Chuck. No, it's still not working.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak?
I don't see anybody unless there's anybody else.
I'd like to speak one.
Yep. Do we have any more residents? Just really quick.
Not
I don't think so. Correct.
No.
Trustee Backhurst.
Thank you, President Rosick. So yeah, I'd like to know from the consultants a couple of things. Have you dealt with municipalities of our similar structure and size and demographic in the past? And also, I imagine this is a much smaller project given our size and everything else. And also wanted to know if you've dealt with the issues as we have with shared services and a shared health department and proximity to such a large city being, Metro Milwaukee.
Yes, that's a great question. I've dealt with many small communities, some even smaller than yours. and of course with some of the largest ones. So that really, I've done a
If I
few.
could qualify that, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. What I mean by similar, but similar in demographic as well. I mean, we are definitely a small village, but we are also not a rural municipality, and we also have, you know, particular strengths and different characteristics that make us rather unique, given our 1.5 square miles, 13,500 people. So I guess what I'm saying is, you know, our makeup isn't your typical, you know, small city or town. I think that if you speak with most residents, I'm just wondering if you've, so sorry, I'll stop. Go ahead.
Well, I've dealt with a lot of, you know, different places. I've done studies, for example, 2 Chicago suburbs, Willowbrook, Hinsdale. These are, you know, fairly, you know, high income communities, suburbs of Chicago. People commute from these places into the city on a regular basis, kind of a mix of income, crime, and demographics. I've done several small cities in Michigan, some of which are resort communities, some of them are university towns. So I think, you know, whether I've done precisely like your community, I don't know. I don't know enough about it yet to know that. But my sense is that the issues are pretty universal in terms of the police and the community and understanding what the dynamics are. So I'm comfortable in that sense that we'll be able to work quite well in the community.
Okay, and to that, you had mentioned, you know, you didn't really know our municipality yet. What kind of process will you get to in order to understand the demographics and the unique needs? And tied to that, equity is a very important issue in this municipality, which I'm sure you've been aware, and I know it was part of the proposal. And I know I've heard from quite a few residents here tonight too, who have all asked similar questions, but I don't really think you kind of got to the heart of that. So I guess what I'd like to hear is what your understanding is, in your words, of what our municipality is looking for, why you're interested in this project, because I do think that I do know that we've had a lot of discussion in this village surrounding equity. And one of the reasons that a lot of people in this municipality are looking for us to further evaluate and potentially, you know, hope to make a few changes in how we deal with public safety is based on a lot of residential and other input. And where am I going with this? So, and I understand, you know, there are different limitations around that, but I guess it's, and I also think, and I don't think I'm the only trustee here that is seeing this, that there are a lot of people in this community that might not understand the limitations of the scope of this, that this is not necessarily an answer to the, you know, police reform in general at a broader scale. This is to look mainly at the organizational study of our police department, specifically for budgetary making purposes within our own municipality, to determine how many officers are needed at certain times and what are the ways to cut officers or add, and different things. So I just want everyone here, I want to make sure that I'm clear if maybe I'm wrong in this assumption, but going back to what I said before, I would just love to hear your piece on equity and what you really think our village is looking for, and how you can help with that.
Well, it's a good question. I mean, I think typically most of the projects that we work on are formally defined as staffing studies, right? In other words, they ask what I would call kind of right sizing questions. How many do we need, right? What hours should they work? What work schedule? And that is a big part of what we do. But the point is, for that is, there's a context to that. In other words, you can deploy officers and look at them in terms of efficiency, but then you go out and talk to the residents and they say, you know, I don't get that impression about the police. They don't, I mean, they come and they're here and they write down stuff, but they don't seem to care very much about my situation, right? And that's what you get from talking to people and trying to understand the real quality of service delivery. And sometimes what you find out, by the way, is that people are quite happy, you know, or that they've had very little contact with the police, you know, just, you know, kind of they've had minimal contact, and what they've experienced has been positive, or what they've experienced has been negative, right? But that's what we try to understand. One of the things that was interesting, we did some community focus works in the city, and almost universally people complained about having called the police department and reported that there were drug sales in their neighborhood and that the police did nothing about it. When you talk to the police about that, they say, well, yeah, we're conducting investigations, so sometimes the citizens wouldn't know that we were actually working on it. But what the citizens think is, well, you know what? They're still selling drugs out of that house down the street. So they must not be doing anything that's working, right? So that's what I'm saying. That's what you learn from talking to people. The other thing is, which I think was generally my approach, is I don't try to learn too much about these places before we go there. I mean, I think I understand, generally about what the area is like, but I think it's important. That's what I was talking about. We started kind of ground zero. I did a study of the Chicago Police Department a couple of years ago, and I worked very, very hard to make sure they didn't tell me how many police officers they had. I didn't want to know that. I didn't want to know where they were assigned. I built that department from the ground up, saying, here's what the workload looks like. Here's what the community demands. And one of the issues we had to deal with, by the way, were complaints that largely Black and Latino neighborhoods were being underserved. So we built a model which was based on, the workload demands. So, and you can't do that, in my estimation, if you come in with this kind of notion about problems that already exist. So we try to start from the beginning, ask a lot of questions, talk with a lot of people. And the advantage is that we've done this enough that we get a pretty good feel pretty quickly about what the nature of the issues are, and sometimes about the solutions. But by the way, I think this study is much larger than simply how many we need and what hours they should work. I think it's pretty clear that it's bigger than that. So.
Trustee Bachhorst, do you have any follow-up?
I do. This is more for Rebecca and others. Since we are such a small municipality, and we, of course, have to pay a lot in the study for getting individuals up to speed on the unique needs of this municipality, and as the consultant mentioned, this, the majority of the study is to determine how many bodies we need and when. And I don't really feel that the equity piece is really, in my opinion, amply addressed. And I do know that that is a big need. And part of the big sell of this, when we had this discussion at the board level, was that some of the trustees had said, one of the things that we really want this organizational study to help us with is, how are we going to have citizen oversight, or what kind of equity, or how are we going to look at that in a different way? And so I'm seeing, from my opinion, and having read a lot of the pieces, and just from this discussion here, I don't really feel satisfied in those discussions as far as how that's going to help us inform this other. And I understand, there's one thing from starting ground zero, and again, this is not my bailiwick. I don't do this kind of consulting or these kind of studies, but we have already identified some very unique needs and have had many discussions in this community. So if this is not something we can address at this time, I'm also wondering, and I'd like to know from my other trustees too, is this specifically for you guys to determine, what the needs are as far as bodies and budgetarily for the police? Because we are spending a good chunk of change on this, and maybe we could get a better deal if other municipalities around us were going in on something like this at the same time, because we could perhaps, save on some of the initial costs, because it does cost a lot of money to bring in someone from out of state to study our village, to come up with these things, and to what end. And to me, the equity piece is incredibly important, as I know it is to a lot of the residents as well. So yeah, so that's the end of my questions and statements. I personally, at this point of voting on this, and also we didn't attach the fiscal amount to the motion, by the way. I know that President Rosick, you always like that. So, I'm not really convinced that I'm probably going to vote no on this at this point. I'd like something that does better represent the equity piece going forward.
Thank you. President Rosick?
Yes. Is that Trustee Warren?
Yes. Yeah,
I'm just going to go around the table quickly too, again, and then we will wrap it up because we're a little over time. Trustee Warren.
Yeah, I would echo some of the points made by Trustee Bachhorst. I would like some more meat on the equity piece of this. I realize that this started as kind of an organizational study around staffing. I think that needs to be done, but I think that in light of some of the things that have happened over the last couple of months, it's morphed into kind of having a bigger purpose than that. And I just think that we need to kind of get some more meat around what we want from an equity perspective, from a cultural competence perspective. And that's not to say that this consultant isn't appropriate. I mean, maybe you can provide all that, but I just think we need a little bit more meat on those bones for me to feel comfortable.
What specifically are you looking for that's not identified in the service agreement? I want to try to get my arms around that.
That directed to me?
Yes,
I was just going to ask that.
Just kind of what I mean, maybe a little bit more about what deliverables we're expecting, kind of what we expect to see, you know, just a little bit more framework around that. I just don't want this to get lost, you know, given the types of social justice movement that we've had over the last couple of months.
Trustee Warren, is there a specific, like, give an example of a deliverable that you may not have seen?
Sorry. I mean, I guess I can't think it through on the fly right here, but it just seemed a little skinny to me. And I think that we want to be clear that we want to know kind of what other municipalities have done with respect to kind of what is the culture of our police department. You know, how can we, you know, is it great? Does it need improvement? You know, what are some suggestions for kind of improving some of the issues that we've heard about at some of these forums within our village? I just think that we need a little bit more around that. And again, I'm not saying that this consultant isn't appropriate. I just think that we need to be a little bit more directed in what our deliverables are, given some of the feedback we've heard as a board. I realize that might not be a popular position, but it's kind of what's going through my mind right now.
Great. Rebecca, did you have anything?
Well, you know, I'd like to call everyone's attention to the service agreement, because without hearing more specifically what this is, I'm wanting to try to problem solve in terms of seeing what people are looking for. So we have a number of items in here. You know, one, looking at item E, review current activities that support equity, diversity, and inclusion, and assess ways the department can expand on these activities, including a community police oversight committee initiative proposed by the village board. Provide review and recommendations on procedures for handling community member complaints and concerns directly involving the police department. Review current trainings offered to the police department personnel and provide recommendations on additional trainings, especially professional development involving cultural competency and equity, diversity, and inclusion. Identify current policing practices influenced by systemic racism and provide recommendations for policy changes for more equitable services. And we have others. And so I guess, you know, if that wasn't captured correctly to meet the desire of the board, I am definitely open to hearing. And by all means, Alex, if you have some suggestion, willing to hear them.
Thank you. I think that, you know, that's helpful. And thank you for reminding me of kind of what's in there. I just want to make sure that we don't lose, and I guess hearing that, I'm a little bit more comfortable, but I want to make sure we don't lose those pieces, because a lot of the feedback I'm getting is that residents don't just want to kind of hit the benchmark that everyone else seems to hit, because that's not good enough anymore. We want to be kind of at the vanguard of this. So I understand this started out as a police organizational study, but you know, it's vital to me, and maybe this is something we do as we go forward on this, that those pieces that you just mentioned, Rebecca, have just as big a role in this police study as staffing and response calls and all of those things. So I thank you for reading that, you know, that puts to rest some of my concerns, but I think this is something where I want to have our finger on the pulse of it going forward.
And thank you, Trustee Warren. Just to follow, President Rose, if I may, you know, one of the things, you know, as we talk about a police organizational study, this concept and the concepts that I just reviewed are at the forefront. I don't know how you can't, you know, if we're really going to evaluate them, we need to look at the organization, because they are not some a la carte piece on the side. And that's been the forefront of the discussion, the review by the subcommittee, and it's also one that we've already, brought to Alexander Weiss's attention. And I think that if, you're looking for him to hear you in terms of the importance of it, and Alex, you can step in if I'm incorrect, but I think that that's been heard. There is also a fiscal note that is included within the scope of the memo as well. So I'd be happy to review that as well. And I believe that Trustee Stokebrand has her hand raised.
Sure. And that fiscal note, who made the motion, by the way?
I made the motion, so we need an amendment, please, to add the $37,000. And I have three other things I'd like to point out.
Sure. I'm going to go around the table, but just does everyone accept the friendly amendment to add the amount of the study into the motion? We typically do that. If everyone on the board's okay with that, we'll just do it unanimously. Okay. So Trustee, are you completed with your questions? Wasn't it your turn? I'm sorry. Were you all finished? Yeah.
Sorry, my Skype cut out just as you said trustee. So yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. So Trustee Stokebrand.
Okay, so first I have just one comment about things that have already been said about the RFP. I think one thing we're not thinking about at all here is training. And that's really, like, to me, one of the key pieces is, we don't want to go in and fire our entire police department and start over. I think education is a key component of this. And that's what one of the most exciting things to me is that he's going to go through and look at what we do for our training. And he knows we want equity, diversity, and inclusion. And so let's see how much we're getting. Let's see how much more we need. Let's see where we can get it. What's the best place? What's the best price? What's the most effective? And I think he clearly knows at this point that this is one of the top items for us. And so I think instead of, I know there's a big heavy focus on oversight, but I'm willing to give the police staff, they're our employees, we're all taxpayers, they're all working for us. And I'm willing to give them a chance with education and training to be the force that we can all be proud of. And I hope everyone would take that into consideration. I have Chuck Carlson. I've got his questions. We've been texting. He was having trouble with his audio. So Alex, has a question about, you talked a little bit about Louisville, and he would like to know, in the precincts where you found different precincts had very different experiences, he wants to know, what did you do with that then, with the differences in precincts? What were your recommendations? And secondly, he wants to know if you have had an experience with pushback from a police department, how did you deal with resistance?
Oh, good. Well, those are both good questions. Louisville was interesting. I think when they hadn't done much kind of community outreach. And so when I talked about doing it during the selection process, the chief asked if we could do all 8 districts, and we did that. So we did separate focus groups in each of the districts. We got these various different responses, and we talked with him. And I think it was good for his staff to understand this. One of the things that was unique about Louisville was it was a consolidated form of government. Originally, the Louisville police merged with the county sheriff, and they'd only been about 2 or 3 years into this when I was there. And part of the problem was the folks who worked out in the suburban areas in the county and the people who lived there kind of resented the people in the city. So this was just more evidence of this. And I think it pointed out to them that when you merge 2 organizations, it's a lot more than just creating a new org chart. So I think they became very sensitive to that. It's not uncommon to get pushback on these kinds of studies. It comes from different directions. Sometimes it's because it's related to who generated the study. Sometimes we get hired. For example, a city manager or a mayor will go to a police chief and say, we're really having a tough budget year this year. We need to reduce staff, or we have to reduce some services. And the chief said, well, we can't do it. We can't do it. And that's typically when they might bring somebody in to kind of help them work through that. So in that case, you get a fair amount of resentment. People aren't very cooperative. I think the best thing you can do as a consultant is to lay out the information as clearly and as honestly as possible. One of the things that I like to do in every community is, before we start our work, is to sit with the leadership and explain to them what it is we're going to do. Here's the methodology, here's our approach, here's who we're going to talk with. And I can say, over all these years, whenever we release a report, there's always people who disagree with the report, but no one has ever said, you know, they did it some other way than what they said they were going to do. In other words, we didn't change the rules at midstream. And I think that's one of the reasons you have to be successful. Organizations move and change slowly, even relatively small ones. It's a difficult thing to do. You have lots of constraints. So I think the best thing you can do is just show them a way forward, show them different ways to think about things, and go from there. It turns out, you know, leadership makes a big difference. You have an effective public safety leadership. Sometimes it requires an effective person above the police chief, and it often requires good cooperation from the city council. I shared this anecdote with the selection committee. Last year I did a big study in Baltimore, and we made many recommendations. One of them was to eliminate the mounted unit. And we got tremendous pushback about that. People were saying, well, this is the oldest police mounted unit in the country and so forth. And our view was they weren't accomplishing very much. They decided to keep the department, but I just noticed in the last couple of weeks when they had their budget hearings, the city council cut the police mounted unit. So there's various levels of accountability, and that's how this process works.
Thank you. Trustee Stokebrand, do you have any further questions? Hopefully you can wrap it up.
No, I don't.
Thank you so much. Trustee Carpenter?
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
You're welcome. Trustee Ursink?
No further questions here.
Okay, and Trustee Amenta? I just have one, and that is about policy. So I'm big on education, especially if the police force needs education on diversity and equity, but I really feel we're government. And so one of the best ways that government can make changes, or anybody can make changes in equity throughout a community, is to change the laws and the policies. And so I know that Rebecca read off all those deliverables, and it's an outstanding set of deliverables. So thank you for putting that together, and the Oversight Committee. I'm pretty proud of that. But I just can't remember, is there a lot on policy, like looking at the department policies?
Sure, that's all part of the organization. You know, that's, in other words, that defines where the officers, the decisions they make, the actions that they take. And we look at the policy to make sure, first of all, that it's consistent with kind of best practices. And there's many ways to do that. We just finished a study in Eastern Michigan in which, for example, this agency had policies that were 20 and 30 years old, really weren't very, very contemporary. They weren't in keeping with the best practices. So we look at things like that, particularly if you see issues in discussions or in the data that require some further examination. Sometimes it's something that can be done with policy. So you're absolutely right. That's an important part of what an organization does and how it's defined.
Thank you. And I just want to tell you, thank you so much for putting in your proposal. It's very comprehensive in my opinion, and I am looking forward to the comprehensive review. With that, we have a motion and it's been amended. Sarah, could you just read it back for me?
Yep. It is to authorize staff to enter into a service agreement with Alexander Weiss Consulting in the amount of $37,000 to perform an organizational study.
And we have a second. Was there any further residents that had comments that wanted to be heard?
I do not see any.
Okay, so go ahead and take the roll call vote.
Okay, Trustee Backhorst. Trustee Backhorst.
I don't think she heard you. Trustee Backhorst?
I didn't hear that part. I was putting away my earbuds and I had to disconnect.
Oh, it's just the vote. Do you want to vote yay or nay?
I didn't hear the, can you repeat the motion? I didn't hear any of that.
Sure. It's to authorize staff to enter into a service agreement with Alexander Weiss Consulting in the amount of $37,000 to perform an organizational study.
Given I feel this is premature, I'm going to vote no. There are still unanswered questions that I have and things that I don't think we've stressed. I've heard the buzzwords, but I haven't really heard specific examples. And also one other thing I would say is, when does our police contract end? But anyway.
Yeah, if it's okay, we just continue on with the roll call.
Okay. Trustee Ursink.
I'm going to vote no.
Trustee Amenta. Pardon, I'm sorry.
Aye, I vote aye.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Warren.
I'm going to vote to move forward. Aye.
Okay. Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-2.
Okay, thanks so much for that questions and answers, and to the public for providing comments. We'll move on to the next agenda item, which is the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda? And then we will pull items if necessary.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so motion by Trustee Bachhorst, second by Trustee Amenta. Any items to remove?
I'd like to pull item J.
Any others?
Yes, I'd like to pull it's F, G, and I.
Okay. Any other items from the consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll vote on the motion to approve the consent agenda with items, clerk help me out here.
F, G, I, and J removed.
Yes. Go ahead and do the roll call.
Yep. Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Bachhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, now we'll take up the items that have been removed from the consent agenda, starting with clerk.
5F, consider application for special privilege approval for retaining wall in the public right-of-way at 4220 North Stoll Avenue.
Trustee Carpenter.
So the reason that I pulled these collectively is we have just continued to have this issue where residents don't or not, somehow we're not communicating to residents where the right-of-way ends and where their property begins. And we've heard it from residents that have reached out to us directly. We've heard it in these situations where people are then having to apply for a special privilege permit. And I just wanted to see, I'm fine approving these applications tonight, but I just wanted to see if there's anything that we can do in a more preemptive fashion to help eliminate these situations moving forward, whether that's communicating with real estate agents on the front end of transactions when someone's moving into a home. You know, I'm not sure what we can do in a more preemptive fashion, but you know, as a homeowner, that has to be incredibly frustrating that I like to think, don't realize, you know, that they're building in the right of way and have to then go back and take staff's time to go through that process. So that was the reason for pulling those.
Thank you. And to phrase it another way, and maybe Rebecca, you can answer, do we notify, what do we currently do? Do we notify new residents with like a GIS link to their property and notify them about the potential of where their property ends?
I'm gonna actually, can you hear me? Oh, okay, sorry. I'm gonna, because I see a number of pieces of communication that come out from our planning and development office, and I know that Director Bark-Reppentrog is on the call right now. And so I'd like to provide him an opportunity to explain the communication that we already do.
Bart?
Yeah, so in general, and I realize that maybe this isn't hitting all the buttons because we still have the issues, but we do village managers memos on this every spring as a reminder to people, you know, when they're planning landscaping work to contact us to ask if they need permits. For reference, one of these 5G actually is the result of that contact, so they haven't installed it yet. So they you know, are listening to the procedure for what that's worth. We did do a Shorewood Today article as well, which reached, you know, the entire village. We've done Facebook posts about it. To President Rosick's question, we don't contact people when they move into the village. I don't get a list of new residents, and I don't know if other departments, you know, have or been doing that or not, but I definitely do not receive a list of, you know, new transactions and how to contact people. I don't have time to be contacting people one at a time. So we've been utilizing the more universal methods. It obviously is not hitting everyone, but we do catch what we do catch at some point. And at the very least, we put it on the record so that when we do have sidewalk work or utility work, that people are aware that, oh yeah, my stuff is in the right of way. So that's the primary reason that we're documenting it, is that so people are aware, you know, that they've placed it in the right of way, and that when we come through that they're not then shocked that we have to, you know, remove it and they have to replace it. So it's not necessarily that we're trying to stop it from being installed. In a few instances, we have done that if DPW has specific, you know, infrastructure behind the sidewalk, but I don't know from my perspective that I see a huge issue with us approving them as we do. I would prefer that I could do many of these as a staff level review and not bring them to the board and not go through all of, you know, this process. But in terms of communication, we'll continue those general methods. And if we have opportunities for more specific things, I'm always open to it, because to your point, we do get these on every single board agenda.
Thank you, Director Bart. Trustee Carpenter, do you have anything to follow up?
Yeah, I mean, I don't, my expectation isn't that you guys are communicating with, you know, every transaction that happens. I definitely don't mean that. You know, I don't know if there's some way that we can have some communication with, you know, maybe more of the realtors. So as people are, you know, closing on their homes, that they have that they're armed with that knowledge. I mean, I'm open to you know, to some other ideas. I think that there have been, I mean, I think we just recently had an email from a pretty frustrated resident, and, you know, it's obviously a lot of work for you guys as well. And I mean, and every spring, fall, we, you know, have a fair number of these. And so I just wanted to have the topic, and we could even maybe talk a little bit more offline and brainstorm with some things we could maybe do a little bit more effectively to make sure that it's just being communicated, you know, in multiple ways. I don't know. So,
the impetus, oh, sorry. I was just gonna say the impetus really has to be on the homeowner, because just like you call Digger's Hotline, if you're gonna dig in your, you know, do any major renovation or dig in your yard, if you're going to do any major renovations or work, you've got to know where your lot lines are and where your property lines are.
I have a follow-up question just on that. Do we not have like current? I know that you want a new survey done usually when work's being done, but do we not have a link to like GIS that shows whatever we have, you know, whatever we have in the system, an easy link?
It's linked from the website. I've checked it many times. It's pretty easy to use.
Yeah, the most comprehensive link would be through the county GIS, actually, since surveys are recorded at the county. And so they actually have more access to them than we do. But people, if they do call us, we share what we have in our files, but the county actually probably has more than we do. So we oftentimes refer them to the county's GIS.
So there's a link, an easy link.
Correct.
Okay, and then the other one was, we did have a new residence program. So where every new resident, at some point we had a consultant that did that. I know that's too much for staff, but I'm just wondering, where is that list? I mean, the list generation couldn't have been that difficult compared to the actual follow-up to that.
You guys, point of order, the item that we're being asked to consider is whether or not to approve these in the right of way. And I think these are valuable policy decisions, but it's not agenda-sized as so, and I'd like to keep us on track. So these are great questions. And like Trustee Carpenter said, maybe could be asked to put on items of future consideration or discussed at a later date. But I'd like to get on, we've got a big agenda tonight, and you guys can always certainly ask these questions and brainstorm all this later. So I'd like us to get back to whether or not we're approving these.
Sure. And I think Trustee Carpenter's question comes from a resident asking these questions through email to us.
Right. She's not on the agenda right now.
No, one of them is on the agenda. Correct, Trustee Carpenter?
I imagine that resident can ask these questions.
Okay. So I would like to give my support to Bart moving forward in a future agenda item to bring these down to the staff approval level. I think that would clear up some of our agenda time, which we definitely could use. So with that, anybody else have any comments on this item?
I have a comment. Trustee Carpenter, if we were to group these all together, would you be willing to take these, or did you have individual questions?
Nope, that was what I was just about to say, was maybe we can just do a motion with all of those together, which was F, G.
Would you like to make that motion?
So I move to approve F, G, and I on the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Trustee Carpenter, a second by Trustee Warren. Well, let's do roll call.
Trustee Bachhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Menta. Aye. Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Now we'll take the next item that was removed from the consent agenda. Clerk.
Yep, it is 5J, Public Works Authorization to Hire by Trustee Amenta.
Trustee Amenta.
I pulled this because we did just review the organizational study, and I know one of the positions is the chief mechanic. I need to look at that study in a little more detail, but I think the gist of it was we needed to sort of plan for all of our infrastructure systems, and then we would have the ability to match staff and equipment and space to that. But I guess my question is, have we considered asking Whitefish Bay or Glendale to give us a quote on what they would charge for us to have them do our mechanical work?
Leanne, is she around?
I am. We have not. They have a much smaller mechanical staff than we do. And based on my conversations with Whitefish Bay and recently with the Glendale Public Works Director, they do not have capacity to take that on.
Leanne, do they do all their own mechanics in-house, or do they consult them out or contract them out?
And they have their own staff mechanics.
And last question for me, did we check with City of Milwaukee?
No.
Trustee Menta, do you have any follow-up?
No, I guess just, in the future, I think it would be nice to at least start to ask these questions. But I'll move approval of Public Works authorization to hire.
I'll second.
Okay, without further discussion, Clerk, would you like to call the roll?
Yep, Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Bachhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
President Rosick.
No.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. We will move on to the next. Are those all the items that were removed?
Yes.
Okay. We'll move on to 7, public hearing. Tonight, we do not have a public hearing. We will go to number 8, which is citizens to be heard. This item is for matters that are not on the agenda. Discussion may follow comment on non-agenda items, or discussion and action may come at a future meeting. Is there anyone here that would like to be heard? Sarah, do you have anybody that ahead of time?
I don't see any hands up. I just had specific people for specific agenda items, so I assume we'd like to hear those at that agenda item.
Okay. I'll just give it one more second just to make sure. All right, seeing none, we will move on to 9, new business. 9A, consider Atwater Beach temporary erosion protection.
Can I, President Rosick?
Oh, yes, Trustee Warren, you need a bodily break?
Can I make a motion, considering that we had a lot of people wanted to talk about the update on masks? I would move 9C up ahead of 9A on the agenda to try to get those people a chance to talk before it gets too late.
Second.
Rebecca, do you have any concern based on staff availability?
No, just that Leanne is on the call and she'll, do you think you're gonna get to this item tonight?
I think just Trustee Warren, I think the agenda was structured this way because we knew it might be lengthy and trying to get everything else out of the way. But
I'd like to second that motion. I think it's a really important topic.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to move up item, can you find that item number? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
item.
So we would move up 9C before 9A.
Okay. No, 9B is parking, correct?
9C.
So we're talking about masks, so 9C. So,
yeah, we're gonna move 9C before 9A.
okay, then go ahead and take the roll call.
Okay. Trustee Stokerbrand.
Nay.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Menta.
Aye.
Trustee Bachhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
President Rosick.
Nay.
Motion passes. So we'll take up 9C.
Okay, we will talk about new business. Consider additional mask requirements and possible amendments of existing village code sections currently regulating masks. Rebecca, I think.
Included within the packet was a memo reviewing the feedback that we've received over the last 3 weeks. I have nothing more to add at this time.
Okay, just for the public's edification, the memo had to deal with the governor's order, is that correct?
No, the meeting packet was released. The governor's order was released on Thursday. The board was provided with a link to that order as well as an FAQ. That order supersedes any local order that's less restrictive. Local governments may issue orders that are more restrictive. The order is enforceable by civil forfeiture of not more than $200 pursuant to state statute. It has begged the question as to whether the village could use a local municipal citation as opposed to writing as state offenses. We don't believe that the health department has the authority to issue for violations. As it currently stands, our village attorney does not believe there's a way to really execute it as a municipal citation under the jurisdiction of the Shorewood Municipal Court. However, we're also waiting on conferring with the league, who's hosting a call on this tomorrow, because I'm sure many municipalities are also asking some of the same questions relative to enforcement. We've been advised that it would be a state forfeiture and then would be going to the DA's office, but we've also been informed that the district attorney will not be processing complaints or charges for violations of the state mask ordinance.
Two questions.
State mask mandate.
Okay, 2 questions. One's a statement. Our director is not here today for the health department, but I believe I saw a communication that she recommends being consistent with the state's ordinances or the state's emergency order. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what she has advised.
And that
So,
was your email. And then, go ahead.
Sorry. I just wanted to, the last piece is that the league has a call organized at 4 o'clock tomorrow. And our village attorney will also be participating on that call, of which we, hope that there could be more clarification. If, for purposes of moving forward, we would not recommend that the board rescind the ordinance that was put into place, just because there has been a governor's order, because it's highly likely that that may be challenged in the future, as we've seen, pretty much everything related to the emergency order or something coming out of the governor's office be challenged.
Thank you.
That's all I have to report.
Thank you. And just a point of order for Nathan, our attorney. I was not at the last meeting on the mask ordinance, but I did hear from one of the trustees that we did as a board vote about wearing masks outdoors separately. There was a vote. Is that correct? It was a 3-3 tie, and therefore it didn't pass?
I'd have to look specifically back at the minutes.
The reason I ask is, if that is a separate vote, do we have to reconsider it if someone wants to put that, suggest that or make a motion on that?
My opinion is no, because anytime you pass an ordinance, you can always revisit that ordinance later and amend it or repeal it or do anything else that you need to. For example, if you banned, for example, dogs in parks, and you got 1,000 calls from constituents 2 weeks later saying, we don't like that, and you move to repeal it later, you can do that. It's not, there's no special requirement concerning reconsidering a particular vote. It's just now you've passed an ordinance, it's part of the village code, and it's been codified, it's there. And, further down the line, depending on how well it works or doesn't work, you're free to make amendments as you see fit if a quorum, if majority of the board sees fit and it's voted that way.
Thank you so much for that. And Rebecca, final question. Do you recommend that we wait on this until tomorrow's meeting, or do you have any recommendation on timing of our consideration of this?
I don't, not at this time. I mean, I hate to make it sound so simple, but it's the nature of the beast. Whenever some orders come out, there's a period of time where we hear from the other jurisdictions and how they're going to respond. The league has been a pretty comprehensive point, for all the municipalities in the state of Wisconsin to collaborate and to listen to what is and is not being done. From an enforcement standpoint, we still don't have any bandwidth to do other efforts outside of what we're currently doing. And that's really all I have at this time.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and go around the table. Trustee Carpenter.
I had asked at the meeting regarding at the mask meeting that we have the opportunity to review our ordinance and understand how things were going. Obviously with Governor Evers' mandate statewide, that changes things a little bit, but I do want to understand the opportunity to add the outdoors with our current ordinance and what that entails and how we go about doing that.
Thank you. And I believe that would be directed to Rebecca, and also with Ann saying stay consistent with the governor's. The governor's order does not require it, correct? It strongly suggests but does not require, just for the record.
Okay.
The governor's order.
Attorney Bear.
The governor's order does regulate indoor. It's limited to indoor. That's correct.
But it's strong.
Point of parliamentary procedure here, President Rozak. I'm wondering if we're going around and asking questions because, no offense, but it seems like you're asking questions in the middle of all of this, and to make sure that we all get a chance to speak. And I just don't. We're all part of the board, so I ask that either you save your questions and let the rest of us speak, or ask your questions. Let us move on. So I think
thank
we
you.
all have a lot to say on that. And we were all at this meeting, so I think we will probably answer a lot of the questions that you might have because we were there. So I would like to interject here if
Well,
Trustee
wait, I'm
Carpenter is
sorry.
done.
Trustee Carpenter had a question, and I thought, Rebecca,
Right.
if you wanted to answer it.
I believe that Attorney Bayer answered the question. Is there an outstanding question?
Could I add one more thing? Because I have a copy of the order in front of me. We did say indoor, but technically there's a separate definition for enclosed space, which they define as a confined space open to the public where individuals congregate, including but not limited to outdoor bars, outdoor restaurants, taxis, public transit, rideshare vehicles, and park structures. So technically, it's those additional things or those additional items that are defined as an enclosed space, i.e., essentially the same as indoors, are included. So while it does talk about generally make references to indoors, I just wanted to be clear too that there is that sub-definition of enclosed space where there's a bit of a distinction. So it does apply to those other areas as well.
Carpenter.
Thank you. You know, I think my biggest areas of concern are, I guess, somewhat like that, but playgrounds or, you know, obviously Shorewood schools are not starting, but, you know, those sort of like outdoor spaces where you think you can be 6 feet, but you may not be. So I don't know how to amend. I don't know if we need to amend or have a motion to amend it. That is, like, what I would like to envision is that you need to be wearing a mask outdoors when you're within 6 feet of someone, which I don't know. I don't know how you enforce that. I know that that's difficult, but I think that that's my thought. And, you know, if you're sitting, when you're within 6 feet of someone is sort of my concern.
Do you have a specific question to anyone, or is that just your comment?
That's just my comment. So
okay.
I need to like think about it a little bit more. So thank you.
Sorry, we'll move on to Trustee Ursink.
Can you circle back to me?
Trustee Amenta.
Yeah, so I mean, if the state order is more restrictive than our order, then their order supersedes ours. And it sounds like in terms of the locations, the state is adding more locations, right? And also in terms of the fine. So I guess my question is, sounds like the state order is now in effect, not our order. Is that correct?
Both are.
Attorney Bayer.
Was the question right now, does the governor's order supersede ours?
Well, let's say the governor's order isn't challenged and it's in place. It sounds like it supersedes ours. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, that's a correct statement. So
okay.
the consideration tonight to amend the ordinance to require anyone, for example, the last comment that was made, to have a mask for anyone that's outdoors within 6 feet, that would be, of course, more restrictive than the existing order. And that says specifically in the order that it says, and I'm reading from the governor's order, local governments may issue orders more restrictive than this order. So that would be expressly allowed under the existing governor order.
I mean, I'll just add so we can, get to the point, because we do have other items to talk about tonight, including parking. From what I've read, outdoor transmission, the odds of outdoor transmission are very low. I have concern about the ordinance we passed to begin with about enforcement, and we really don't have a method of enforcement. And I am concerned about people, creating these ordinances that we don't have ability to enforce, but then people know about them and start pointing fingers at each other and calling the village to complain about each other. So I don't support an outdoor mask ordinance. So I'll just say that up front.
Thank you. Any further comments? Okay, Trustee Bockhorst.
Thank you, President Rosick. A couple of things. So I do support an outdoor ordinance with, as Trustee Carpenter had mentioned, within 6 feet. I, just as Attorney Bear had said, that, whichever is more restrictive would be the one. And so we can have requirements that are explicitly stated in the governor's order. The health commissioner of the city of Milwaukee, as well as many of them across the nation, have also stated that having masks outside, of course, will help reduce. And we all want our kids to go back to school, and we want life to continue as normal, and we want to keep each other healthy and safe. So I understand that there are activities, and this was also designed in our ordinance as well as in the mandate from the governor, that will preclude someone from wearing masks. Regarding enforcement, I know this came up in the last discussion, and it'll continue to come up. And I will just step aside for a second and say, anecdotally, like, I have seen such an increase in mask usage, not only in the city of Wisconsin, or in the city of Milwaukee and in the village of Wisconsin and elsewhere, from municipalities that have had an ordinance, an unenforceable one for the most part as well. So we have had zero leadership at the federal level, as we all know, regarding this. We've had inconsistent statewide leadership, meaning, we've had the governor have certain rules and then the Supreme Court overturn them. So people are looking to us at the municipal level. Do we all know that this is not easily, or even the ability to enforce? Yes. Does that mean that we still don't do it? In my opinion, no. We're always going to have people in this municipality or elsewhere complaining about neighbors or making statements. We're never going to control people's behavior. That's not, but at this point, we are making a statement, and we are also saying that, hey, this is what we respect, health and well-being of our fellow humans, children, adults, everyone. So I think it's imperative. And the only reason that we did not address the outdoor part in the last meeting, that was, I don't remember how long that lasted, 5.5, 6.5, our second 5.5, 6.5 plus hour meeting of that week, was that we knew it was important to get something done. And we did say at that time, we can come back. And that's why we are discussing this tonight. And I understand it's late. So again, what I think would be a simple solution, and I have dealt with this mask ordinance at the state, or the mandate at the state level, and then also in the city of Milwaukee, is that we make a few modifications this evening. And again, we can always come back to it later if they're not good enough, if they're too strong or not strong enough. But I think that we should look at including, similar to Milwaukee, that if you're outside within 6 feet of someone, not in your whatever circle or whatnot, that you should be wearing a mask. I know that might be unpopular for some, but and there will be certain activities that are outlined in our ordinance that will prohibit people from doing that, and that's okay. But for the most part, if we just say that we can't always enforce it, or every activity has to be able, again, we don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good here. So I would say, when you're in, another space, I would change this, because I know some people have said they've had service people come into their house. Just in another's home, unless they state otherwise, you're required to wear a mask, although I'm willing to let go of that one. And then outdoors, when you're within 6 feet of someone who's not in your defined circle, or however you guys would want to word that. There was a third thing but I can't. Signage and posting, that we would ask the village to put up some signs in the outdoor spaces. And of course, like the last time, have some kind of public outreach. But I think that I know we did discuss this at the last meeting. We just ran out of time, and whether or not we should do this outdoors. But now we have had the time, we've evaluated it. Other municipalities since ours have taken up ordinances. And so I think that if we just wanted to be simple for the sake of tonight, Just say within 6 feet of others outside and make that change.
Thank you. And I appreciate you not making a motion yet. I will come back to you as the first person if you would like to make one after we go around the table. Do you have anything further? Okay. Trustee Stokbren.
I think that the ordinance that we passed is fine. I think when you start to make changes, people get confused. And, I never, the phase 1, 2, 3, I thought it's just too much for people to follow. But I'm happy supporting a resolution, strongly encouraging people to wear masks outdoors if they are within 6 feet of other people. I would happily support that resolution. Strong support.
Okay. Thank you so much. Anything further? Okay. Trustee Ursink.
I just have, obviously I go back, just trying to listen to everybody here. It's, we're here trying to make a decision about enforcement. That's what it kind of comes down to. And there's really no way to enforce this. I go back to, kids playing basketball at Lake Bluff. Who's going to go up there and tell all those kids to stop playing basketball and wear a mask? Is it a resident? Are we going to look at, is there going to be conflicts with a resident kind of approaching, other people? Are the police going to be called? So I look at situations like that. I agree with Trustee Stokbrand that, I strongly, am in favor of a resolution. My mind kind of goes to maybe more of a marketing sort of angle, more of a, how can we promote people wearing masks outdoors more? Can we create more signage at the beach and in parks, in outdoor spaces? Can we put our energy into kind of creating more education and awareness than making this an ordinance that is totally unenforceable? So I think our energy may be better spent with, the education element and maybe more signage in the community than creating something that can't be enforced. But I would be in favor of a resolution that says we strongly ask that kind of people wear masks outdoors. So, I'd love to listen to everybody else here, Wesley and the rest of you, to see, kind of where you're at with this. This is a tough one, although personally I would like everybody to be wearing masks outdoors. We're kind of in charge of the enforcement end of that, and we can't enforce it. So I don't know exactly what to do with it other than maybe put our energy into marketing and education.
Thank you so much, Trustee Ursink. Trustee Warren.
Thank you, President Rosick. Just for me, I'm kind of on the same wavelength here as Trustee Carpenter and Trustee Bockhorst. I would support something consistent with the Milwaukee ordinance, mandating masks outside when social distancing is impossible, so within 6 feet. When the other person's not a member of your house, not household or family member. I think it's probably limited, my view would be limited to outdoor public spaces. I just think that's probably kind of the limits of our power here. I'd also, support, as some trustees have suggested, signage and posting. I'd like to do that regardless of whether there's support for the ordinance. And certainly if we can't find support for the ordinance, I would, I at least want to pass a resolution, and I'd strongly supporting it. So I don't know if the votes are there for an ordinance, but at the very least I want to do a resolution if they're not, but I would support an amendment to ordinance.
Thank you. Did all the trustees get a chance to speak? Okay, I have just two questions. Can anyone tell me, including Rebecca, did the governor's order, if it's more restrictive than our ordinance to date, does it say they strongly encourage masks outdoors? Does his order say that?
Just because I did not print out that exact order. Nathan, do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Okay.
Give me a moment here. Can you hear me? Okay.
The last sentence. Yes, I think it's the last sentence.
Yeah, okay, so it starts out after the wherefore clauses. It has a definition of enclosed space and then face covering. And then it just says that face coverings are required indoors or in the enclosed spaces we talked about earlier, other than at a private residence. And then the next, after that, it says face coverings are strongly recommended in other settings including outdoors when it is not possible to maintain physical distancing. So that's the specific sentence that relates to outdoors there.
Thank you. And saying that, and with, I really have a high opinion of Director Christensen's thoughts and on this topic. And she was recommending through email today that we mirror the governor's. I mean, that we are very consistent. Is there any benefit of just adopting the governor's order as a local order because it's more restrictive? And that way, if the Supreme Court does overturn that order, we have the more restrictive one in place.
Well, I think we're already bound by the governor's order, so that is effective for us. But I wouldn't recommend rescinding it, because if for some case, in such case that something would happen to the governor's order, then you would at least have an ordinance standing in position, and you could come back at that time and make any modifications you might want to.
I'm sorry, so my question is, why wouldn't we just adopt the governor's order as a local order, since it's more restrictive than the one we already have?
Because it already applies. It already applies. We're already bound to that order.
Right. But if the Supreme Court overturns it, then it would fall back to our local order.
Correct. And then if they would by chance overturn it, then you could adopt it as your local order. Unless, okay. I'm not the attorney, and my apologies, Attorney Bayer, if you have any other recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
The last thing I wanted to mention, just to ensure to protect any additional or new regulation from potential challenges down the road to the validity, I need something, or we need something to put in the wherefore clauses related to actual scientific evidence that would specifically speak to the outdoor requirement as opposed to the indoor requirement that we already passed. So we'd want to make sure that we're relying upon the science rather than, you know, how people just generally feel about the requirements, so that we can put those in there.
Is there a reason for that, Attorney Baer?
Well, we did it the first time around. There should, to protect the regulation from challenges, it should be based upon some rational basis or scientific evidence to support the regulation. It helps us. So that's why we put the wherefore clauses in there. If it's the legislative history that helps us defend attacks on validity down the road. And if someone were to come in and say, well, here's a copy of the board meeting, here's a copy of the ordinance. No one discussed whether or not masks outdoors had any impact at all on the spread of the virus with respect to, you know, outdoors versus indoors. There's no evidence to support this. What do they decide there? Well, what do they make their decision on? So the fact that we're relying upon what the science is telling us is a tool that helps us support the validity of it if there's a challenge down the road, and shows that there's a rational basis for the regulation.
Thank you. So yeah, just to wrap up my comments then, I would not support a mandatory outdoor requirement. I think if anything was added tonight, I could support using the governor's language, that last sentence that that Nathan read about the outdoors strongly recommend. And potentially, Trustee Carpenter, you can insert in those outdoor areas, we could insert playgrounds similar to whatever the governor's order said about shared ride services. So he defined some spaces that were outdoors that are considered indoors. But anyways, that sounds very similar to the outdoor playgrounds. But with that, I'll wrap up my comments. Unfortunate that Director Christensen isn't here to help us with the health statistics. Okay, so I guess I'll bring it back around. And if anyone wants to make a motion, I know I said I would start with Trustee Bockhorst. Trustee Bockhorst. Trustee Bockhorst. Hi. Just did you have any further comments? We're just going back around before we take a break and then take public comment.
I just would like to say this pandemic isn't going away. There's plenty of science out there that says that the spread of this virus can happen. And there's no empirical evidence that says that being outside prevents anyone from contracting this. The numbers are still increasing in Wisconsin. We are red zone. We are not permitted to travel to many places across the state and internationally, let alone Chicago, who is saying that anyone from Wisconsin must quarantine 14 days in advance. And I hear what some people are saying, you know, using the enforceability argument. Well, if we want to use that argument, we wouldn't have the ordinance in the first place. We all knew this going in, that we're not really enforcing it. We're sending out letters or whatever vague language we use. And the reason we did this was to protect the community. I know this is inconvenient, and I know for many of you, there are things, but also in going back to a lot of the rigmarole about the governor's mandate versus a local ordinance. Yes, the governor's mandate most likely will get challenged at the it's going to go to the Supreme Court. That's why he waited until the day he did, was to make sure the new Supreme Court justice was sworn in. Because when this does go to the Supreme Court, because the Republicans in the legislature are going to hold special session on this, then that will be gone. Fortunately, we had the nerve, we had the guts to do this at the local level. Remember, before anyone else did in Southeast Wisconsin. So come on, guys, let's continue with it. I know it's tough. Also, what our ordinance has that is stronger than the state mandate is that we have kids, what is it, 3 or 4? I can't even remember the minimum age. 4. The governor's has 5. You know, there are different considerations that our ordinance has that one doesn't. I'm elated that the governor did that. And it's unfortunate that a lot of municipalities still are not taking this seriously, but the virus is real. You can get it outside. Yes, it's more difficult, but we don't really necessarily know that as well for what the reasons are. So I think you guys, we're elected to protect and to serve our municipality. So if, you know, proclamation, brouhaha at this point. We already have one ordinance that says inside. So all of a sudden we're like, oh, we're okay outside. I see that as really inconsistent governance and not really the best practices on our part. But so, yeah, that's my statement.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Ursink, anything further?
No other further questions right now.
Okay, Trustee Stokebrand.
No questions.
Trustee Amenta.
I would support a resolution encouraging people to wear masks outdoors.
Thank you. Trustee Warren.
Nothing in addition to what I said to my comments before.
And Trustee Carpenter.
So I have 2 comments. One, there was a situation at Milestones a few weeks ago after we passed the mask ordinance with somebody who had tested positive, and there was no transmission of cases because everybody was masked indoors and outdoors. So there is obviously evidence, and this is something that has happened within our community. And I think the more we can encourage our residents to wear masks outdoors when they are in closer proximity, the better. I also do think that the city of Milwaukee's ordinance is stronger than ours in relation to outdoors. And we're almost, we're surrounded by the city of Milwaukee, and I think it would just be, it would be nice to be able to continue that strictness, that masks are necessary outdoors. So, I mean, to Trustee Bockhorst's point, we are not allowed in New York State, in New Jersey, in Connecticut. And, we, as, the most densely populated 1.5 square miles in the state, I think we have the opportunity to continue to show the rest of the state how important this is and how we need to keep moving the needle forward. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you, Trustee Carpenter. I am going to give you my one thought. I would support either inclusion of the last sentence of the executive order of the governor talking about outdoor spaces and highly recommending masks, or I could support a resolution tonight. With that, I do think we need to take a break before we start with public comment. And we do have one item that we cannot defer tonight. Is that correct, Rebecca?
The one item that we were looking to get to tonight was some action on the Atwater Beach temporary erosion protection because it was budgetarily sensitive if we're going to be moving forward with it this year.
Okay, so if there's no objections from the board, we'll take a 8 to 10 minute break and come back and take public comment. Just 5 minute break. Okay, we'll try for 5 and then we'll see if we have quorum by that time. It's 10:53 and we are going to recess until hopefully 10:58. Thank you. Clerk Brockman, is everybody here? Do we have a
Almost.
Do we have a quorum?
You do have quorum.
And I'm here. I'm just eating dinner, so I'm not putting the camera on. Figured nobody wants to see that, so.
We're all here then.
Okay, and I might do the same. Thank you. So at this time, I would like to call the village board meeting back to order. It is 11:01 p.m. I would like to open it up, and Sarah, I think you said there was 3 that were registered to speak today. I would like to open it up to those 3 first from the public to speak. I would ask that you state your name and address for the record, and also that you try to keep comments to a maximum of 2 to 3 minutes if possible. Go ahead. Quick.
I will start. I do not see them on the call, but let's start. Is Jamie Haggerty still on the call?
Yes, I'm on the call.
Okay, if you would like to state your name and address.
Yes, Jamie Haggerty, 2717 East Newton Avenue. I am a supporter of the indoor mandate that was previously adopted. I'm a supporter of Governor Evers' mandate. I'm not in support of the mandate that's been proposed tonight. I think a critical point that's been made so far by Trustee Amenta and not by anyone else is, well, actually maybe Attorney Bayer alluded to this, that there's no likelihood of transmission is widely thought to be very low outside, and that transmission occurs particularly outside only with sustained interaction in close quarters, which is why the enclosed space definition in the governor's orders refers to things like outdoor bars, outdoor restaurants, where you can imagine like people are packed into a patio, for instance, and they're talking to each other face to face at length. They're being loud to make sure that they're heard over the din of music. That's a much different situation than people who set up a volleyball net in River Park and are playing 2-on-2 and 3-on-3. They're 6 feet, within 6 feet of each other, but they're not, projecting droplets into each other's throats because they're moving around. There's a big difference between incidental proximity and sustained close interaction. Now, it's been mentioned by a number of people tonight that residents of Wisconsin are not welcome in Chicago, New York, elsewhere, and that's true. Look, there's a problem in Wisconsin. I get that. There's a problem in Milwaukee County, the North Shore. I get that too. But Milwaukee County and the North Shore are not what's driving these decisions by other states. If you look at the rolling 7-day averages of Milwaukee County and North Shore, our numbers are coming down. I mean, we want them lower, but they're trending in the right direction. And I think a big part of that is because adoption of mask use indoors has increased significantly over the summer. A fair amount of people have gotten it. Now, it's a problem elsewhere in the state, which is why you see the statewide numbers being high. Other than the last couple of days, the case has been over 1,000 cases a day. That's not being driven by Shorewood. It's not being driven by the North Shore. It's not even being driven by Milwaukee County. So yeah, we have a problem being accepted elsewhere in the state, but it's not because of what we're doing in our community. We're at least trending in the right direction. We want that trend to continue, but what's happening now is working. So I would hope that we avoid a situation where we just go beyond the governor's order, which I think is wise because of its tailoring toward enclosed spaces, and have a blanket 6-foot rule, because arguably that applies to somebody going jogging down Lake Drive and passes within 6 feet incidentally, and the risk just isn't there. And that's a lot different than sitting close outside at camp or wherever, having a beer at 9 o'clock at night and talking at length where the risk is higher. I think a more tailored approach is better than sort of to sum it up, a more tailored approach like what the governor did is a lot better than just a blanket 6-foot rule. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Clerk Brockman, is there another?
Yep. If Jennifer McIntosh is on the line. I didn't see her. I don't believe she is. All right. And then Shauna Davis, if you're still on the line. Okay. If she comes back, then we will go back to her. That is all that I had for people who submitted early. So there is Avi S. with their hand up. If you would like to state your name and address.
Avi?
Yes.
Avi, are you on the line?
I think it's probably Alyssa Evans.
Here,
you know,
here I am. Can
Okay.
you hear me? It's Alyssa Evans. That's my son's name.
And your address, please. Thank you.
3826 North Frederick. I just wanted to tell you all that Dr. Jennifer McIntosh, who spoke with her husband, who's also a doctor, they spoke at the last meeting. I'm sure you all remember, made a presentation. She was unable to speak tonight, although she was planning to because she wasn't feeling well. I'm not going to speak for her, but she was going to speak in favor of the outdoor mask mandate. And I just wanted to say two things. One is that from my small personal research that I did, of 34 states that have mask mandates, only 4, including Wisconsin now, only cover indoor spaces. Most of them, the other 30, their mandates cover public spaces, and they are able to define public spaces. And public spaces include both indoor and outdoor. I can give you an example of, because I know at the last meeting we had a lot of trouble defining what a public space is, and I think that kind of needs to be done. Maine defines a public setting as an indoor space is accessible to the public, and outdoor spaces where public gathers, as well as public transportation. So, and just in response to the last commenter, I mean, if you think we're moving in the right direction, why not do more? Wearing masks outdoors is not going to hurt. It can only help. There's been an example, I'm sure you've all heard of what happened in Menominee Falls with the Little League season being canceled. There, the kids weren't wearing masks, they were playing outdoors. There are a lot of examples of outdoor transmission, and there are a lot of cases where you think you can be 6 feet apart and you end up not being 6 feet apart. And if you have a mask on, it's a lot better. That's all.
Thank you so much for your comments. Claire?
Yep. I have Lance Weinhardt with his hand up.
Lance?
Hi, everyone. Hi, Lance Weinhardt, 4037 North Stowell Avenue. I'm a professor of public health, community and behavioral health promotion at UW-Milwaukee School of Public Health. And I guess I just wanted to echo some of what's been said already about the importance of the outdoor mask ordinance, in that well, I have a couple of new things. One is, this is an issue of risk reduction. It is true that less transmission happens outdoors, but there are growing cases of people, with close contact in outdoor spaces where transmission is happening. And I just, I feel particularly concerned about our kids and the message that we're sending them if we don't take action on this kind of message on an outdoor mask mandate, because, if we're saying it's okay to be outside and people we don't have any kind of statement about outdoor mask use. We've got kids congregating, whether they're playing basketball together or hanging out in a park without masks, well within 6 feet of each other. This is, not a good situation. And, William Schaffner from Vanderbilt talks about how, outdoors is less risky, but it's the proximity of people and the congregations that happen. And I think the broadness of a mandate to just make it simple for people, if you're going to be within 6 feet of somebody, need to be wearing a mask, keeps it simple rather than all these different configurations and locations and things like that. So, you know, it is, I agree with the last speaker also that, yeah, you know, yes, maybe we do have things going in the positive direction at the moment. So let's drive that lower. Let's, you know, contain any transmission that's happening in outdoor spaces as well. So I want to commend the board for doing such good work on the indoor mask mandate, and encourage you from a you know, a public health risk reduction perspective. Let's be on the cutting edge of this too, or not be falling behind, and make it clear to people that outdoor mask use is important as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Lance. Clerk.
I believe Alyssa Ratch had her hand. She was, yep.
Hey, yep, Alyssa Roch, 4218 North Maryland Avenue. I'll keep it brief. I just want to say I support outdoor masks when you are not within 6 feet, including parks and sidewalks. I think even if we are not consistently enforcing that, it still sets a precedent. And if we're still learning so much about this virus and transmission, and we are seeing, you know, like Major League Baseball, there's cases transmit outdoors. So I just think it's better to be on the safe side, better to be on the progressive side of it. You know, and we don't have to hyper police people, but just put that forward that is the expectation. And I would like to see more signage posted in the neighborhood to remind people of the ordinance as well.
Thank you so much for your comments. Sarah?
I think that's it. I do see Trustee Stokebrand with her hand, but I don't see any other residents.
Okay. I'm gonna, if any trustee has a further comment that hasn't already been made, feel free to raise your hand. And Sarah, because I'm on the phone, if you could just call upon the trustees.
Sure. So we'll start with Trustee Stokebrand.
I'd like to make a resolution. I'd like to pass a resolution strongly encouraging the use of outdoor masks in Shorewood when a distance of 6 feet between individuals cannot be maintained.
So you'd like to make a motion to have the attorney draft a resolution? I just want to be clear, because drafting the resolution tonight, or are you making a motion to have it drafted? Is that the exact wording you wanted?
I'd like to pass a resolution tonight.
Okay, so you want to make a motion to pass a resolution.
Correct.
With your, and continue on with your wording.
That was it.
Okay. Can you read that back, Clerk Brockman?
Yes, this is what I got. To pass a resolution strongly encouraging outdoor masks in the village of Shorewood when a distance of 6 feet cannot be maintained. Is that accurate?
Between individuals.
Between individuals, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Okay, without a second, the motion for a resolution fails.
I'll second that.
Okay, Trustee Amenta. So Trustee Stokebrand moves and Trustee Amenta seconds. Further discussion. Trustee Bockhorst.
Nathan, I'd like to ask a question regarding this. So even if we pass a resolution tonight, we can still amend the ordinance, or no?
Yes, you theoretically could, yeah.
Okay, and also, so what I'm hearing then is that Trustee Stokebrand would like a resolution. I also heard President Rozak ask her to clarify on that. If I am in favor of both the resolution and amending the ordinance to include outdoor spaces, as one person said very simply, in public spaces, whether it be the sidewalk or whatever, when you're within 6 feet of another. So I do not want to spend the next 4 hours drafting a resolution by committee. I will support sending it back to the attorney and then passing it at the next meeting, but I would support amending the the ordinance this evening because it has more teeth and it does show that we're leaders and that we are continuing to be leaders and that we're taking this seriously in the most densely populated municipality across the 600 some municipalities of the state. So anyway, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Trustee Bockhorst. Does any other trustee want to make a comment? If I'm missing a hand, just shout out your name.
I'll chime in. I agree with the substance of what Trustee Bockhorst said. You know, I'm not opposed to a resolution. I don't know that we want to draft it by committee here at 11:15 at night, but perhaps we send it to the village attorney to draft. I mean, as I understand it, and from Nathan's comments, that doesn't preclude an ordinance, which I would support. But I'm certainly not. I want to at least get something into place tonight. So, you know, I certainly wouldn't vote against a resolution, but I'd like to do that in addition to an ordinance. So I agree with Trustee Bockhorst on this one.
Okay, and I'm assuming then someone's going to make a second motion rather than amending this motion to include the ordinance update. Is that correct? Okay. All right. Any other comments? I just have one. I do want to echo that I have spoken with the village manager, and Rebecca, you're still awake, right? I can't find you. It is very helpful in my opinion, and you can speak for yourself, but that we give our staff and the administration some time to do the drafting necessary beforehand. We can always do it at the board level, but it's very helpful to get it correct the first time, to let the staff do their job and have the attorney draft it. So that's my own personal opinion, and I want to respect that. Rebecca, do you have anything to add?
No, nothing more. And just want to let you know I'm not falling asleep. I just get up at 5 a.m. so I get tired earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask
Trustee
something? I mean, if can we postpone the resolution until we've discussed the ordinance? Because I don't think it's useful to do two. And so if there's a majority for an ordinance, then I don't think we need the resolution. But so it just seems to me we should talk about the ordinance first, if that's okay with Trustee Stokebrand.
Oh. Sorry.
Trustee Stokebrand and whoever was the second.
I was the second.
Oh, okay.
I could just move to amend the motion, and we can have the discussion that'll facilitate the discussion at least. So I'll move to amend Trustee Stokebrand's motion to include an amendment to the ordinance to mandate mask wearing in outdoor public spacing when social distancing is not possible from any other person who is not a member of your household or family. Sorry, it's wordy, I know. And it's 11:15.
It's okay. Was there a second?
Me.
Okay, so we have an amendment proposed by Trustee Warren and a second by Trustee Bockhorst, correct?
No, Trustee Carpenter.
Trustee Carpenter. Further discussion.
I have a clarification. So this in public spaces, so this does not preclude people in their backyards and on their own property and places like that. So for that reason, yeah, I'm fine with it. I'd also like to say, and I'm not proposing this, but a previous speaker had mentioned that, you know, when people are sitting down and talking to people or eating or yelling or drinking or whatever, that the prevalence of the ability or the likelihood of spreading this may or may not. And again, we're all going on anecdotal evidence for the most part. I'm not saying that this is inaccurate or less accurate, but so at least we're doing something here, because the other option, which I don't think there's appetite for, is for us to say, hey, let's look at those situations and be really draconian as far as the business is competing. And I am not advocating for that at all. I want to get this economy back and going and getting people back into doing things, school, and you know, increasing the capacity and stuff like that. And really the only way we're going to do that at the state and national and international level is for us to get a hold on this virus. And again, I know this is tough to make this next leap, but I think, you know, again, we're elected for a reason, and to make difficult decisions or listen to the community. And we've heard a lot from people. And at the last meeting, I did not hear one person say, hey, I'm only in support of an indoor mandate. we're limited by time. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Bockhorst. Is there anybody else that would like to make a comment? Any on the
So
board?
I just want to be clear. If you're walking on the sidewalk and you think you can maintain 6 feet separation, you do not have to wear a mask. Is that correct?
I've got a question. So what will this mean for our business community, restaurants that currently do outdoor dining? Does this kind of shut everybody down? Do people have to wear masks when they're sitting at the tables?
Yeah, they would have to wear a mask if they're within 6 feet.
No, it's in the ordinance and also in the state mandate that if you are doing something like eating or drinking or any activity that would preclude you from wearing a mask, that you do not need to wear a mask. So absolutely not. The Milwaukee has the outdoor ordinance and they have the same. We took our ordinance, remember, from their original draft.
Attorney Bear, can you just verify that?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. I'm just looking at the state regulation or the emergency declaration by the governor, and the subsection 3, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's about 10 different exceptions that exist, and that's just in the state mandate. So if you're gonna pass this, you're gonna have to come up with all that stuff tonight and put this into some final form that can be drafted. You're gonna have to give staff direction how to draft this thing. And unless you may not be ready for this if you're not ready to go through item by item as to what the exceptions will be and what the foot designation will be. Is it going to be 5 feet? Is it going to be 6 feet? Is it going to be 10 feet? Does it make a difference if it's outdoors or indoors? And then also have the foundational evidence upon which to make those bases. I just don't. I mean, I don't know how you're ready at this point to pass an ordinance on the fly tonight. But you know, if you do, we'll do the best to draft it based upon the motion. But the other point I wanted to make is, right now it appears that there was the original motion was to pass a resolution encouraging use of masks outdoors as well as indoors, which there's an amendment to that to also, along with my understanding of the amendment was to, along with that, was to also pass an ordinance. And to a certain extent, the resolution becomes redundant if you pass the ordinance. So it's getting a little bit confusing for someone that may be trying to follow the minutes or figure out what the board is discussing and exactly what they're voting on. So you may want to take those separate. It would be a thought.
Okay, I have 2 questions for you on that matter. First is the question, I don't know if you answered the question. It was, does our current ordinance have those exceptions about eating? Like you don't have to wear a mask?
I don't think so. I was just trying to pull it up from the last meeting, but does anybody have a copy of it in front of them by chance? We
I'm
can
sorry,
find that.
the prior ordinance or the current ordinance for the village?
The one that was passed at the, was
I have
it 2
it.
meetings?
Yep,
Okay.
do you want me to list the exceptions?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. Exceptions for face coverings will be made under the following circumstances: persons under 4 years of age, persons who fall into the Center for Disease Control and Prevention guidelines for those who should not wear face coverings due to a medical condition, mental health condition, developmental disability, or are otherwise covered under the Americans with Disabilities Act. Persons who have upper respiratory chronic conditions and silent disabilities. Persons in settings where it is not practical or feasible to wear face coverings, including when obtaining or rendering goods or services such as receipt of dental services or medical treatments. I do think that it would be important to review the governor's exceptions that aren't covered by those.
Thank you so much for reading that. And before we get back to Trustee Ursink, who had asked the original question, I do want to ask the board, our attorney has recommended that we withdraw our motion and make a clean motion about an ordinance first. I heard that from Trustee Menta as well, because it supersedes a resolution. So does anybody have an objection to starting over? And if so, then just say it and we'll continue on. No, I can't see everyone. Okay, I'm going to assume with nobody speaking up.
So I do have a question. Excuse me, President Rozek. So are we starting over with the amendment or the original motion?
I would say we're starting from scratch. I think what the attorney said is you probably want to start with an ordinance.
Well, to be clear though, the first motion on the floor was to proceed with the resolution. So, you know, in terms of what came first, you know, that was the first, you know, and that was properly on the floor. The amendment was to essentially, if I understood, tack on an ordinance to the resolution. So, I mean, out of respect, I think for the initial movement, you know, I think that you should ask if there's consent, if she gives consent to remove hers, or if she wants that heard first. And then, you know, I would just take them separately. I'm not sure that it's kind of borderline as to whether or not that's a proper amendment to really tack, because you're really not amending the underlying motion. You're just tacking on an ordinance to the underlying resolution, which
got it. Thank
kind
you.
of a gray. It's kind of a gray area.
Trustee Warren, and then back to Trustee Ursink.
I mean, if we want to take, I think Trustee Stokebrand's motion first. I mean, I would support. I guess I could make my motion as a separate motion afterwards if we want to do that. And I would make my motion to direct staff to draft an ordinance about outdoor public spaces and including the relevant exceptions, something like that. I'm drafting the wording right now in my head. So I'm amenable to taking them separately, just whatever's easiest for the board.
Okay, and does anybody from the board object from withdrawing the amendment? Seeing none, Trustee Stokebrand, and I'm sorry, Trustee Ursink, and then Trustee Stokebrand on how to proceed with your motion. I'm going back to Trustee Ursink, who was in the middle of his questioning.
I'm just still looking for an answer to my question.
Can you repeat it, please?
So if we pass an outdoor ordinance, what does that mean for our business community that relies on outdoor dining?
Attorney Bear. Would that require them to wear a mask?
Sorry, I was unmute. I had to mute myself. I'm going to go back to the existing governor's order that went into effect on Saturday, and because it also requires a face covering in quote unquote enclosed space, and that definition includes confined spaces open to the public where individuals congregate, including but not limited to outdoor bars, outdoor restaurants, taxis, public transit. But then there's an exception down below, except basically when eating or drinking. So if you're there and you're just conversing under the governor's order as it stands right now, you should be wearing a mask unless you're engaged in physically eating or drinking. So that already is part of the governor's order.
Trustee Ursink.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Is it part of our current ordinance? No, I think the answer was. So we'd have to insert that.
No, we don't have an outdoor ordinance right now. So
that's correct.
Anybody else? Trustee Stokebrand, how would you like to proceed?
I'd prefer a vote on my motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on for a resolution and a second. Can you repeat that, Sarah?
Pass a resolution strongly encouraging outdoor masks in the village of Shorewood when a distance when a distance of 6 feet cannot be maintained between individuals.
Any further discussion? I just have, if I'm missing someone, just speak up. I'm sorry. No? Okay, I'm going to vote no for the simple fact that I really believe we should be passing it back down to staff to draft with some direction of what we want them to draft. Anybody else with comments? If not, Sarah, you can do roll call.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Oh, sorry. Jessica, Trustee Carpenter, did you have something?
I'm just confused. So this is voting on Trustee Stokebrand's resolution. So you could potentially be in support of the resolution and still want an ordinance and still want to change the ordinance. Is that correct?
That's true, especially if you wanted to send back to committee so you could figure out some of the details, like what the exceptions would be and what the distance would be and all those things that we don't have any information at all on right now. If you wanted to use a resolution as a placeholder while you did further work, that's a possibility.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further comments?
I have one.
Go
quick
ahead,
one.
Trustee Bachhorst.
It's more of a clarification question. So again, back to your point, Attorney Bear. So for example, if you were to say, so if we wanted to also do an ordinance and say to include the provisions and exceptions outlined in the governor's mandate, and then send it back to you as an attorney to draft and insert those provisions, right?
If I'm following your logic there, that would be to essentially have the same regulation in place if in the event that it was overturned.
And also to remind people, because I think none of us here knew that there was an outdoor governor's mandate, and I've read it. I don't know, Wesley, you've probably read it too. So, and here we are talking about an outdoor ordinance here, because it wasn't clear to me that, and I don't think it's clear to our citizenship. I don't think it's clear to a lot of people that exists, because it's so ambiguous.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, it is a little confusing because it specifically says in the introduction and some of these other things that it's, that outdoor use is encouraged, but this generally applies to indoor. But then they define that term. Where is it again? Enclosed space. But then within that they say outdoor bars and outdoor restaurants, right? So
who knows? Maybe that was intentionally sneaky to get over the hurdle. But anyway.
I have a comment. I would support an ordinance that mirrors the governor's ordinance. Our health advisor or our health director has put that in writing to us. And I suggested at the beginning of this conversation, just simply what the governor's order says, which is more restrictive than what we have in place today. So I just wanted to throw that out there too. But we're not on that, we're on the resolution, but that would be the next motion, I think, the ordinance motion, correct? Okay, so that was my comment. Does anyone else have comments on the resolution, the motion for a resolution?
I have one question then. So if we did this, if the resolution fails, then if we decide to do the ordinance, then we take it up the second week of September, is that correct?
If that's how the motion is worded. Is that correct, Attorney Bear or Rebecca?
Well, I mean, that's really up to you as a body, but it's now 11:33 and it may take a long time to figure out what all of the exceptions and subparts in the exact language is going to be, and then to work out what does the science support in terms of distance, and then to make sure we've got all that accompanying underlying evidence from our health department. I don't know how we do that yet this evening.
Okay. Trustee Stokebrand, do you have anything further? No. Okay, so we are on the resolution and we have a motion and a second, and with no, Trustee Menta, do you have anything? No? Okay. With no further discussion, go ahead and take the roll call vote.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Bachhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
I got booted off. Am I back?
Yeah.
Let's get, I just
We're on
heard
the vote. We're on the vote for the
Resolution.
resolution passing. It's your turn.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Trustee Menta.
Aye.
President Rosick.
No.
Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I would.
Trustee Warren.
I move to direct staff to draft an ordinance and bring to the board for consideration that would mandate mask wearing in outdoor public spaces where social distancing is not, where social distancing is not, where people who are not in the same household or of the same family are not able to social distance, and such ordinance would include exceptions substantially similar to those contained in Governor Evers's order.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Trustee Warren, a second by Trustee Bockhorst. I'll go around the table once. Trustee Amenta.
Trustee Warren, I did not get the last part about the governors. I'm sorry.
And such ordinance would contain exceptions substantially similar to those contained in Governor Evers's order.
Trustee Amenta.
But Governor Evers' order, it does not address the outdoors, correct? He defines indoors as some spaces that we would think of as outdoors, but his is an indoor map. So the exceptions in Governor Evers' order are, what are they?
Yes. Attorney Bear, can you read them again?
Go through them very quickly. The exceptions, face coverings can be removed in the following situations: while eating or drinking, when communicating with an individual who is deaf or hard of hearing, while obtaining services that require temporary removal of the face, such as dental, while sleeping, while swimming or on duty as a lifeguard, while an individual is giving religious, political, media, educational, artistic, cultural, music, theatrical presentations. Basically, it says while they're doing that, and then they have to put it back on, then they have to be 6 feet away. When engaged in work, wearing a face covering would create a risk to the individual as determined by safety guidelines by the government. When necessary to confirm the individual's identity, including when entering a bank, credit union, or other financial institution. Then when federal or state law or regulation prohibits wearing a face covering, and then there's a subsection that says in accordance with, go ahead.
So, I mean, this ordinance would require construction workers to wear a mask. It would require DPW workers to wear a mask. It would, I just think it would be very far reaching. And I don't support it. But that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Trustee Ursink.
No further questions.
Okay, Trustee Carpenter.
I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Trustee Warren. I'm sorry if I'm repeating.
No, well, I mean, I would just say that, you know, the goal of this is when social distancing is not possible. So, I mean, I would view this as something that wouldn't necessarily impact DPW as long as there were 6 feet of space or construction workers. Again, like if we had to build something like that into the ordinance, I also wouldn't have a problem with it if that just weren't possible or feasible given their job title. I'm just trying to kind of a starting point here.
Thank you. Did I miss any Trustee Bockhorst? Did I get everyone?
No, you
if not,
missing.
Trustee Bockhorst.
Yeah, and there are indoor ordinance, which I did not support this part, but still voted for it, was that you were required to wear a face covering at all times when inside. It did not specify when social distancing is not possible. So this is a lot more generous in regards to, you know, when you would have to wear a face covering. And so it does not mean that when you walk outside, you have to put your mask on necessarily. And I also think it does provide a little bit more cover than, I was surprised that we don't have all the exceptions that I thought we did. That Rebecca, after reading back the ordinance. So I think this actually does open up some things for businesses as well. So that's all I have to say. I'm in support of it.
Thank you. I am going to vote no. I would support adopting the governor's order, which I think is more restrictive than what we have in place. But I don't think we can craft language at this time at night, and I would support sending it back to committee. Okay, does anyone else have any further comments or questions? If not, okay.
and recognize that I'm not a member of the board, but
go ahead, Rebecca.
One of the large questions that I'm going to receive tomorrow morning, and it will specifically relate to the contracting question. We have been reached out to by different attorneys who represent firms who we have doing contract work for us right now. Also the school district, who was under construction, and their subcontractors who have asked the same questions. You know, many times, and you know, so one of the, I guess the conversation they've had with me is, you know, we're supportive of regulations, but we want, you know, boards to understand the following. How many of us who are on this call are doing manual labor for 8 to 10 hours a day at sometimes in buildings that don't even have ventilation systems working because they're renovating them? And I didn't have a good response to that. I also, you know, I look at just this last week, you know, with some of the work that's occurring right outside of our building, that's been done in 80 to 90 degree weather with contractors who clearly aren't, you know, meaning to be in anyone's space because they can't do their work really with being close to each other. But, you know, there will be landscaping contractors who reach out. And I'm not trying to argue any point, lobby one way or another, but I do need direction from this group if we're going to provide some exceptions in this, because I don't feel like I'm in a position or have heard on that issue to implement something that may be practical enough, because the minute it doesn't happen, then we're gonna continue to get calls. And that's okay. I'm happy to continue to send letters. But I want to be really clear about it, because I put myself in that role many times of how would that be for me working the last 2 weeks outside doing manual labor for 8 to 12 hours. And I can't say that I've done that. And I don't think that any of us on the call can say that either. So I need that to be a part of the discussion, because I don't feel well equipped in how to address that or craft that within the scope of the language. And maybe someone here has a suggestion.
Again, sorry.
Trustee Warren?
Yeah, again, it goes back to feasibility. I mean, the health department's not going to parachute in if somebody gets within 5 feet and 11 inches of someone. I mean, I think that, you know, I don't want to sound like I think there's some overthinking that's going on. You know, I understand that, you know, in 95 degree weather, wearing a mask is not something that anyone wants to do, but I would also venture to guess that outside you're generally socially distanced. And if somebody passes within 5 feet of someone, you know, I don't think anyone's going to make that call. I just think that it's caught up in the exceptions are pretty broad. And I'm not articulating it very well because it's getting close to midnight, but this isn't meant to be, you know, this is meant to really, and the enforcement mechanism is a letter. I mean, at the end of the day, this is meant to show support for mask wearing outside in order to control this pandemic. I don't know that we're looking for kind of these technical violations that it sounds like we're talking about. So, you know, again, not well put because it's late, but that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Thank you, Trustee Warren. I think, Rebecca, I know it's late and you shut down after a minute, but a conversation with Rebecca is when she says, I'll continue sending out letters, I do want her to explain the enforcement that the administration's time is getting taken up, because although the health director is not going to swoop in, the residents do. And so I think that the more we can't define this, the more, and maybe I'm not speaking out of turn, I'd like to hear from Rebecca. Is it true? Let us know how much time this is taking of your day and what you would forecast.
You know, we haven't been doing, I haven't received outdoor enforcement, so I don't know what that would take up. You know, you'll be using my time in order to execute it. I'm happy to do that if that's how the board, you know, wants me to continue to spend the time. And that's the only reason why I'm sharing the concerns that I am getting with you, because I do a significant amount of listening and very little responding, but I do intend and want to be helpful to the people who I'm listening to. And that is some of the biggest themes, including our public works department, who will have the same questions for And I want everyone to be well supportive and understanding about how that conversation will go. Because it is very likely that someone, even if on our own crews, are out there attempting to social distance and not be near someone. And then they, someone else approaches them and by chance gets too close. So I just need for there to be some level of understanding. Because I want to execute on behalf of the board, whatever your decisions are.
Trustee Amenta?
Yeah, I just want to say, I mean, I think we all are tremendously concerned about the pandemic and about Shorewood residents and Wisconsin residents and older people and people with compromised immune systems. And, everyone shares the same concern. I mean, but if the issue is we are looking for a way to demonstrate our concern, then the appropriate thing is to do is a resolution. An ordinance is creating a law. And if you're creating legislation, if you're making it a law, and your enforcement is that, and I mean, we essentially have enforcement if you send somebody a letter. So we're taking up Rebecca's time to listen to people. We're taking action that we know we can't enforce, it just seems like people want to do something and show that they're concerned, but the ordinance is not the right way to do it. It just isn't. And I hate to say it, but I mean, I think people need to take responsibility for their own situation, for their own risk. I know people who are older and who have lung issues who have barely left the house, and that's miserable for them, but they're taking responsibility for their health. I really don't see the point of passing something like this. If we're just making a point, then let's make a point in the resolution. We don't need to get into an ordinance. I mean, we've spent how many hours talking about this? We're not getting to parking. We're not getting to all these other things on there because at midnight I'm moving to adjourn. And I feel like if you want to do a resolution, talk to Nathan about it in between a meeting or an ordinance, and develop something. We can't write it here. We already did this of trying to write something here at a meeting. It's not an efficient way I'm getting very frustrated because it's not an efficient way to run a meeting. It's not an efficient way to do business as a government agency. It's not an appropriate use of an ordinance. And you can't legislate every aspect of people's behavior. And if you do, you end up putting it on Rebecca to have to deal with our, enforcement, which I put in quotes. And then you also give people the idea that they can run around and force everybody because we passed a law. I'm frustrated. And I'd like to move on. Whatever we're doing, I'd like to move on.
Okay. I call the question.
Okay. Do we have a second? Or do we need a second?
Yes, I second that.
Okay, so we have a motion to call the question and a second. We will go to immediate roll call vote to call the question. Sarah?
Ersink.
Yes.
Trustee Backhorst.
Backhorst.
No. No.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
No.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
Trustee Amenta.
Yes.
President Rosick.
No.
Okay, hold on.
Who called the question?
4-3.
What?
Who called the question?
Passes 4-3.
Well, please repeat the vote and if it passed or failed.
The call the question passes 4-3.
Okay, and then Trustee Backhorst, did you have a question?
Oh, well, I thought that it had to pass by a higher percentage, but that's okay.
Okay, does it, Nathan?
No, nope, it's just majority.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we will, whatever the motion was and the second, we are going to now go to an immediate roll call vote.
But can you read the motion?
I will read the motion. Yes. To direct staff to draft an ordinance and bring back to the next village board meeting that mandates mask wearing in outdoor public spaces when people that are not in the same house or family who are not able to social distance, and would contain language substantially similar to the Governor Evers' order.
Thank you so much. Now take the roll call vote.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Amenta.
No.
Trustee Stokelbrand.
No.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
Trustee Bachhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
President Rosick.
No.
Motion passes 4-3.
Okay, great. We're gonna now, do I have a motion to adjourn? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Rebecca has told us we have to get through the next agenda item because it was timely. Is that correct, Rebecca?
Yes, we need to take up 9A, consider Atwater Beach temporary erosion protection.
Okay, so 9, new business A, consider Atwater Beach temporary erosion protection. Rebecca or Leanne?
We also have Trustee Warren, who is the chair of the Public Works Committee, of which made a recommendation on this item earlier this evening.
Yeah, I would largely turn this over to Leanne to explain the technical ins and outs of it, but this is a budgetary ask in order to stem some of the erosion that's occurring at Atwater Beach. Essentially, the concept is shoring the beach up with big bags filled with sand, but Leanne can put much better color around that and actually use the proper terminology. The ask is between $30,000 and $50,000. We do this. This feels like we did it days ago, but it was a few hours ago. It came out of committee with a 2-to-1 recommendation, with Trustee Bachhorst and I voting for, and Trustee Stokelbrand voting against. I'll turn it over to Trustee Stoke. After Leanne, maybe we go to Trustee Stokelbrand so she can express her concerns as well. So we kind of give you the full flavor of our committee hearing earlier today.
Sure. Thank you. The very abridged version is staff has some concerns that with high water levels, the ice this winter has the potential to cause very significant damage to the boardwalk structures. This is one of the options that came out of a memo that you approved consultant funding for back in May. And the recommended option includes a proprietary product called a trap bag, which is essentially a large set of fabric bags that we would fill with sand that would provide temporary protection to the boardwalk structure. These could be and should be partially buried, but could be fully buried and vegetated in years to come to provide perhaps some longer temporary protection to the area. So I'm happy to take any questions, but I don't want to take any more time than necessary.
Leanne, what was the cost?
We're working on getting a quote for the bags, but we believe that certainly well under $50,000. Guessing, we believe we could probably do it for under 30, but like I said, still waiting on quotes.
And from what account?
It would be funded through, it would have to be funded through capital reserves.
And we have enough?
We do, for that amount, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any motion, just please include, well, I guess we don't have a cost. So I'll go around the table very quickly. Trustee Warren.
Oh, I mean, this is just a, you know, we all acknowledge this is an under 5-year stopgap measure. There will need to be more substantial improvements down the line, but yeah, I supported it, feeling it's necessary for this short-term time frame. So I'd be supportive of a motion here, but I'll let it go around the table before making one.
Thank you, Trustee Stokebrand.
I think the one thing that I've learned living in this neighborhood for about 20 years is that you cannot really do things like this with Mother Nature and Lake Michigan, especially now with the lake level so high. I think that the things that we've done down there, Leanne and the DPW have done a great job with what we've got. Considering the situation we've had for the last year, it's doing extremely well. All we're basically missing right now is a little piece that connects the switchback to the boardwalk. Otherwise, it looks really good. And we don't know how bad, we don't know what if the lake level is going to go higher. We don't know what the weather's going to be like. And right in the information from the consultant, it says we are not able to predict the potential risk of failure for each of the designs. It's a lot of question marks. It's 5 figures for a lot of we don't know. And you just, you know, it's beyond planning, honestly, out there. I think the thing for us to do is to think long-term about the groins. And, you know, I think right now there's some black landscape fabric that's maybe showing on the north end, but the beach is busy, it's full, it's not stopping anybody from coming.
Thank you, Trustee Stokebrand. Trustee Carpenter.
You know, I mean, I have some similar concerns. I don't, I mean, obviously nothing is guaranteed, but what if this doesn't work? What if lake levels continue to rise? What if there continues to be erosion? In our budget committee meeting, we talked about the capital budget, and we wanted to make sure that it just didn't disappear. You know, the police study was paid for out of capital, if I'm correct. And I just have some questions about what if this doesn't work? Like what else, what's next, I guess.
Leanne, can you address that?
I can try. There's no guarantee that this will work, but there is a high probability, an extremely high probability, that you will have significant ice damage to the boardwalk structure if we do nothing. Significant to the point that is certainly possible we will not have a boardwalk next year. Do I know that for certain? I do not. But I do believe it's a high probability. You do not have to do anything. But if you do nothing, there's a far greater likelihood that you're going to have significant damage there.
And what was covered by FEMA? Because there was some of this was covered by FEMA money.
Repair of damage is covered. Repair of damage is covered. Mitigation of future damage is not.
And what are some of the other North Shore communities doing to mitigate the erosion? Because I mean, this is happening up and down Lake Michigan.
We are in a bit of a different situation than the other communities. They're all protecting what are defined as facilities. So they would be infrastructure, storm sewer, sanitary sewer, roads, those types of things. Those are in an entirely different FEMA category. They do receive mitigation funding. The boardwalk is not considered to be a facility. So it's apples and oranges at this point. They're repairing hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of infrastructure. We estimate briefly during committee that we have probably $250,000 invested into the boardwalk. But it is a recreational amenity. It is not considered a health and safety infrastructure.
So in those communities that are protecting what is essential infrastructure, what are they doing? I mean, because I would assume that there's similar issues at Clody and some of the other parks on the North Shore. What is the system that they're looking to use?
I don't know specifically what Whitefish Bay is doing. Fox Point had a significant investment in protecting a lift station and sanitary sewer on their beach. Also Beach Drive, I believe so theirs was, I believe they used sheet piling, but I'm not entirely certain what all of the types of protective measures that they have in place. They're not comparable to what we have and what we can do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Carpenter. Trustee Ursink.
Do we know which design have you guys come up with one of the options? Have you settled on one that is listed here in the packet?
Yes. Option 3 was the option I outlined.
Option 3, okay. You know, I'm very much in favor of protecting the beach and the boardwalk, so I will be voting yes for this.
Thank you. Trustee, did I say Warren? Oh, yes, we already did Warren. Sorry, Bockhorst.
Yes, thank you. It's unfortunate that we have to do this, but at the same time, doing nothing, as Leanne has said, and the engineers would be, you know, a big risk that I'm not willing to take. I've been on this board and I've seen a lot of investment in the bluff. I've seen the transformation in the 14, 15 years I've lived in Shorewood from what we've had in the past, and the recreating potentials that are, you know, that are realized down there. Even though I've only been to the beach one time this year, it was pretty remarkable to see the diversity and just to see how many people from Shorewood and outside are there and how many people really enjoy it. So there are no guarantees, but not doing anything I don't think is an option at this point. And I do trust, you know, our DPW staff and others who've put in a lot of time over, you know, many, 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 many years in seeing, you know, the realization of this beautiful, beautiful gem that we have here. And as an aside, and I know it's late, but if any of you have not gone down the nature preserve in a while, please do. See all the trees that are in the water, just see what all the erosion, it's terrible there. Like you can't even really get down to the water anymore, whereas before there, you know, it's quite steep. So I understand, you know, Mother Nature and the pandemic, we've had a lot of things come at us this year. I don't want to lose one more thing that gets people outside and gets them moving. So I'm going to vote in support of this. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Bockhorst. Did I miss any trustee besides myself? Trustee Menta.
Yeah, can you explain, Leanne, the difference between option 2 and option 3 and why you picked option 3 over option 2?
Sure. Option 2 uses what's called, they refer to as a soil encapsulated bag. You see from the pictures in the memo, they look very similar to sandbags, just stacked on top of each other. What actually provides the protection from that option is established vegetation on those bags. The memo states that is necessary for it to provide full protection. We cannot establish vegetation in the couple of months of growing season that we have left. So I don't believe that is a viable option at this point in the year.
But I mean, under option 3, there was all these concerns about the longevity of the solution.
That is correct. They are all temporary solutions.
How do you mean they're temporary? Like eventually the waves are going to get rid of the
they have a design life.
I can't. You're frozen. Did you guys talk about that in committee?
Anybody? Trustee Warren?
Oh, sorry. Can you? I got a little frozen up too. Can you repeat the question?
She asked if we talked about it in committee.
And they have a short design. They have a short. They're designed to be temporary. Like how long is there?
Yeah, I don't want to put words in Leanne's mouth, but 3 to 5 years was around the time frame we discussed in committee.
Oh, she's back. Are you back?
Right, I'm in that committee too, you guys. And also in 2010, when the great floods came through, that was the year we were supposed to redo Wilson Drive, but because of all the other areas in the village that needed attention, money was diverted and a mill and overlay was done, which is a temporary fix. And that happens a lot. A lot of us have worked in government. We understand that not every solution is the long-term one, but might be a stopgap. And obviously we'd like to build for the big one, but we didn't have $60 million back then to fix basin 1 or 6 or whatever it is, Leanne. And same thing here. I mean, we have to do something. So yes, we were notified that it's temporary.
Question to Leanne. I'd like to just hear Leanne's answer.
Leanne?
Sure. Yep, I apologize. My internet connection must have cut out. I asked, and in fact, excuse me, really asked the consultant to try to put some timeframes on each of these options and alternatives. As you can imagine, they're somewhat reluctant to do that because putting numbers on things, you know. So I don't really have great answers for you in terms of how long each will last, but my general understanding of our verbal conversation about these is they could last anywhere from a year to potentially up to 10. It really just depends on conditions. Alternatives 2 and 3 certainly benefit from established vegetation. You can cover and vegetate the trap bags. You do not have to. The first option, which was the riprap, was the most expensive. It has the longest design life, but it also eats the most available beach. And as a staff, we didn't believe that was, you know, a great alternative because you basically are removing the use from the thing you're trying to save. So none of these are perfect, but you know, we believe that option 3 provides the best alternative and the most effective use of resources.
But so the long-term solution is fixing the groins, though, is that correct?
That is correct. That is the only permanent solution.
Okay,
That's all.
Yeah. Anybody else that I missed? If not, Leanne, if this solution is, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, is it true to say this solution is based on the current levels? So you had mentioned earlier, if it's at these current levels, we will have significant damage to the boardwalk. What if they're higher? Do we need more sandbags? Is the assumption that here's the current level and this is how many sandbags or whatever this option 3 term is it based on current levels of water or it more?
It would be, I'm not sure that I can answer that. We would be working with the bag manufacturer to determine the proper placement and what elevation they should be installed at in order to protect the boardwalk. Just to be clear, what we're proposing here is a temporary effort to protect the boardwalk structure. That has the potential to be significantly damaged by ice over the winter. So I don't see these being higher than, you know, significantly higher than the boardwalk. I think people should still be able to walk off, but like I said, that's something we're trying to determine.
I'm sorry, I'm going off of Trustee Carpenter's first remarks, which was if the levels are higher than expected, they're higher than today.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to know that the amount of sandbags that we're ordering in this temporary fix, whether it's 1 year or 10 years, is it just for are we basing on our levels today or if on significantly higher levels? Like, will it protect us from higher levels?
I can't answer that. That will depend on the information we get from the manufacturer and how we would be able to install them to what level of protection we could have.
Okay, so that's very critical to me because if it was a difference of $5,000 or $10,000 to go one step higher, I would like to vote for that. I just feel like current levels may not work, and then we've invested how much for something that's not going to protect what we need it to protect. So that's.
I think. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think what we're going to try to do is strike a balance. We want to be able to protect the boardwalk, but we also want to keep the beach usable. I mean, certainly we could install a temporary protection measure, you know, that's a dozen feet high, but I don't know that that that's the proper balance, because if we do something like that, then we have an unusable beach.
Okay, so okay, you're saying what I'm saying. I just wanted to know what level we're basing this amount of bags on. And then my last question is, so FEMA, if the waves come, as Trustee Stokebrand said, and and at the beginning, and they erode it, we don't have the sandbags in place, will FEMA cover it to rebuild it?
Only if there is a federal disaster declaration. So if it's just a Shorewood issue, no. There has to be a dollar level throughout the area or the county in order for that federal declaration to come.
And the level that we are assuming is going to come, is it just I mean, what's the assumption there? Is it just Shorewood that you said it's almost certain? Is it because all the water is rising, or is it just Shorewood?
I'm not sure that I understand, but what we believe will happen over the winter will be a combination of high water levels and ice damage. We see significant ice shoves on the beach every year. When we have a water level at the level we have now, we have great potential for that ice to push into the boardwalk and damage the boardwalk. That in and of itself would not be a FEMA issue.
Because it's Shorewood specific. Okay, and has that happened ever before, or you're just predicting it for the future?
Has what happened?
The ice damaging the boardwalk.
It happens every year. We get ice shoves on the beach every year. It becomes an issue when they get close to the boardwalk, and they will be close to the boardwalk because the water level is so close to the boardwalk.
Okay, that's all my questions. Does anyone want to make a motion, and then we can discuss further if needed?
I can make a motion.
Trustee Warren.
I move to authorize staff to implement trap bag stabilization as outlined in the Smith Group memorandum up to a cost of $50,000.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Warren, a second by Trustee Ursink. Does anyone have any further questions? Just go ahead and say your name.
This is Trustee Stokebrand.
Trustee
I have a question. So what usually happens is the high waves come and they wash around everything that's around it, except for example, the grass. The grasses that we have down there that are established, they're doing their job. So my question is, when you start putting the sandbags down there, I mean, if you just look to the property just north of Atwater Beach and you see what has happened where someone has tried to put something to stop the waves, it's a disaster. So I would hate to see us end up with a worse situation than we have, and we lose the grasses that we've got, and we end up with more damage just because the more you put out there, the more the wave action comes and washes the sand around it. And then you're left with a sandbag standing there without, because we don't have the option of growing vegetation on it this year. You know, we had really high waves and high winds last year, and the boardwalk was not damaged except for one small section on the south end. And these were the highest lake levels in the history of keeping records. And we had no damage except for a small piece on the south end. So I don't understand why we would spend this money on something that may happen or may not, and it may protect the boardwalk or it may not.
Thank you, Trustee Stokebrand. I 100% agree. Is there any other comments from board members? Seeing none, can you read back the motion and the second, and we'll take a roll call vote.
Yep. To authorize staff to implement option 3 as outlined in the Smith Group memorandum up to the cost of $50,000.
Okay, go ahead and take the vote.
Trustee Backhorst.
Yes, I'm going to vote yes. We just spent $37,000 on a police study. Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
No.
Trustee Carpenter.
No.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
Trustee Menta.
Yes.
President Rosick.
No.
Motion passes 4-3.
Thank you. Now I know we're going to move to adjourn. I have a feeling. So before we do so, we will then, once we move to adjourn, all items that are left will move to the next agenda. Is that correct, Rebecca?
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone want to make a motion to adjourn? I'll make the motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? I second you. Okay, we have a motion to adjourn by Trustee Carpenter, a second by President Rozak. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, see you guys in a couple weeks. Bye, guys.